Good evening, wherever you're watching in Victoria, across the nation, or indeed around the world. And welcome to Darebin on what has been a bit of a muggy, a bit of a grey, and a bit of a gloomy Sunday afternoon. However, the shine of the lights on the court, the shine of the players out on it too, will provide warmth to even the gloomiest, to even the dimmest and dreariest of Darebin afternoons. My name's Ethan Rigg, and welcome to the final match day for Series Futsal Women's, not only in Season 2 of 2025, but of the calendar year as we know it in the league at least. A couple murmurings around a cup competition coming up afterwards. However, it is the final time that in league play these sides will lock horns until 2026. And to kick it off, the early kick-off this evening is one of two sides who have built a little bit of a rivalry between one another in recent times, and that can still have a score settled. Whoever wins tonight will avoid finishing at the foot of the division. For Northern Phoenix, they currently occupy it. They ran Melbourne Aku close last week on what turned out to be coronation night for QEMU's side. They had them right where they wanted them as well. They made Melbourne Aku sweat. They made them work for the 3 points that they got in the end. It was a terrific performance from Northern Phoenix, the kind that if they were to replicate again tonight, it would go a long way to helping their 3-point cause against the 1-0 outfit who have blown a bit hot and cold in recent weeks. An impressive draw with Heidelberg, an impressive performance against Fitzroy, but prior to that there were defeats to Aku. And then, of course, their most recent win was a 7-3 victory over Phoenix, which is the current difference between the two teams towards the table's foot. And both of these sides want an early look at one another. 1-0, who typically start brightly, are looking to do so. Demazi got in ahead of Leakopoulos, who then recovered in time to make the challenge. Northern Phoenix, a side who grow into games. Been said many times that they take 5 minutes just to sort of get the rhythm of a match and then start to play some of their best futsal. That was on display against Aku last week. They went toe-to-toe with the reigning and now incumbent champions for the best part of half an hour. And Leakopoulos had an early look and wins the game's first corner. Wanting a quick start on the final day of the season. Other side managed by Suleiman Mohammed. Nikki Galanos to take. Nissan left it. Leakopoulos drilled it, and Danilis made a super save down low. It's a terrific hit from Anna Leakopoulos. Hit with real venom. Danilis had to scramble. Best side ball through Galanos, and now Demazi's on the drive. Salah was up with her. Demazi steered it for Salah, and via a deflection wins a corner at the other end. A real end-to-end start between these two sides. Corner taken for now two, and Olsen forced into a tidy stop, stung the palms, and she did well to pour it over for another 1-0 corner. Salah takes again short, finds its way to now two once more. And Olsen again had to tip it over the top just to be safe. Two tidy interventions from the Phoenix shot stopper, who gets the nod from the start over Lara El Hayek tonight. Salah's corner, now two. Fancied not to launch this time. Salah couldn't tiptoe around Galanos. And 1-0's record over Northern Phoenix is not one to be glossed over. 3 wins in the last 4 as Leakopoulos, via a deflection, wins and yet another corner. But they've made it a habit of picking up points against the team in turquoise. Tonight they're hoping to continue that trend. Best corner out for Leakopoulos, who had a hit once again and wasn't far away. Apologise to 2 spectators who nearly wore one as a result. It was a vicious lash from Leakopoulos. And she wasn't far away. Hit with serious pace. Danilis happy to see it soar over. Here's Salah. Around Leakopoulos, Olsen came out and made a fabulous save. All important bit of decision making for Emma Olsen. Super stop. Judged it to perfection. 1-0 Stern to push hard. Now 2. Nissan cut it out before it could refine Verratti. Costa Fruitas perhaps prepping a change or two. It's all stationary on the Phoenix bench for the time being. Miller Best. Given room to charge into. Salah sat off. Best fancied it. And Salah judged the block to perfection. Came across in the nick of time. Suleiman Mohammed and Tyler Lewis in great discussion. Mergianos wanted to spin Demazi, kept it alive just about. Mergianos with a deft turn. Salah then stole in and won it. Verratti, given a yard, steered it for Demazi, who's twisting and turning and wanted to catch Olsen out before she was set, but she made a fine recovery. Leakopoulos going the other way for Northern Phoenix. Thought about the shot twice and then steered it wide of Stella Nissan. Best. Still trying to go down that right-hand side, Northern Phoenix. Now 2. Verratti. Leakopoulos cut it out on Salah's path, but it found her nonetheless. Demazi. Had Best to go at. Salah. Wanted to shift one way, then the other. It's super from Salah. He flashes her effort just wide. Yaron Sargin instated for the first time this evening. Still quiet on the 1-0 bench. Leakopoulos, who's come the closest for Northern Phoenix so far. Best. Steered it for Mergianos down the line. Got away from now 2, and then Demazi as well. Demazi intervened. Mergianos and her have a tangle, and it finds touch. Now 2. Salah wanted to shift and twist and turn. Leakopoulos held her up well. Moved it on to Verratti. Tidy return from now 2. Verratti had Sargin for company. Sauntered away round and won a corner. Verratti's take out for Salah, who's flashed it wide. Our first real look from the corner was found superbly. Just wasn't able to steer it goalwards. Olsen was scrambling. Might not have been able to get there. Leakopoulos, it's behind Best. Benjamin Cullen, a late arrival. And where 1-0 have had the league's third best attack, they've also had its leakiest defence. And for Northern Phoenix, the issue has been finding the net. They're 28 the lowest, but Sargin's got a look. Mergianos has flashed it wide. There's a rolling foul for 1-0. Much to the annoyance of a rather disgruntled Tyler Lewis. And in fact, everything will be stopped for the time being. Danilis resets. Best got up. Shade to Mergianos. Leakopoulos. Had Peel to charge at. Moved it on to Best, who fancied the yard. Sargin was at the back post. It was a lovely ball to find her as well. Just couldn't quite steer it the other side of Danilis. Let off for 1-0. That's a tidy read from Best, who took it down well. Sargin shifting her way forward. Danilis sprawled. Mergianos had it blocked by Demazi at the second attempt as well. Danilis made the save. Those two take their time getting back to the feet. Peel dropped it off for Verratti. Now two. Sargin was on the press. Peel hustled by Leakopoulos. Now two. Demazi lost out to Sargin. Peel let it trickle out of play. And then had the ball rolling. Little fine moments in a game that to both of these two gaffers means everything. 1-0. Will not want to finish bottom of the table. Phoenix neither. It's Peel. Dropped it back for McCaffrey, who's been one of the shining stars that's added to her stock in the season. Demazi. Best slide the first time. Demazi kept going, shifted away from Best. Leakopoulos on the block. Ricocheted out to Verratti. Set back for Danilis. Demazi, that's a deft touch. Peel. For Verratti once more. McCaffrey. Couldn't tiptoe away forward and had it trickle out of play. So for 1-0, if they were, they would finish bottom of the table. They finished second bottom last season. Phoenix finished above them. Danilis looks long. Best cut it out. Sargin tried to tiptoe her way forward. Verratti cleared it off her. And they did so because of a patch of form towards the back end of the campaign for Northern Phoenix in that season. First edition of this year, they beat Carlton Hart. And they beat 1-0 crucially, as well as Thornbury too. So it was a very, very good run-in, which steered them away from the bottom of the table. Steered them into sixth in the end. It's Peel for Demazi, who's rolled her effort wide. 1-0 have created the better look so far. They just haven't been able to convert yet. Northern Phoenix holding in. Leakopoulos for Sargin, whose take was tidy. Couldn't quite steer it onto Christine Hanna. Leakopoulos, Best went on the switch, and McCaffrey will watch it out. Final day of the season, always a fun one. A lot of awards up for grabs. We will have a champion crowned. It's Peel. McCaffrey. Sargin was hot on the press. Steered it back for Verratti. McCaffrey once more. They're trying to slow it down. Peel. Not around Leakopoulos, who just shut the door. Did so tidily. Player who's seen her stock rise quite a bit this season too, Anna Leakopoulos. It's become a real threat, a real weapon for this Northern Phoenix side. Scorer of many a lovely goal. One against Fitzroy, perhaps the pick of the bunch. It's McCaffrey, Peel, and again Leakopoulos stayed with her all the way. Neither of these sides still able to find a breakthrough just yet. Verratti. Clip over the top was intended for Peel. Hannah will just let it trickle out of play. Both of these teams' defences holding firm. Leakopoulos wanted to thread it for Sargin. McCaffrey on the charge, wanted to steer it for Verratti. It's a good recovery from Leakopoulos. On the switch for Hannah, who had Best down the line, but Peel telegraphed it. No one centrally, she's all on her own for the time being. Sent it back for McCaffrey, who had a hit early, and Olsen got across quickly and made a rather calm save. Leakopoulos. Sargin's effort cut out. Verratti dropped it off for McCaffrey, who's on the charge. Halabi was on her own, wanted to steer it for Peel. Hannah's clearance only as far as Halabi for take two. And this time quickly across on the block to intervene just in the nick of time. Verratti from the sideball, blocked by Nissan. Best got in ahead of Peel, and Leakopoulos launched it away just to clear her lines. And Northern Phoenix still just having to hang in there. That's a loose one from Danilis. You can see 1-0 just wanting to take control of the game. From the very start, they've carved out some very good looks so far. And Peel went in full throttle with Leakopoulos, and Nissan is down. And it could be a rather nasty one. Break in place. Lala Nissan clutching at her face, then clutching at her nose. It looked like a rather nasty one. Phoenix coaching staff just come on to court. Thankfully she's back on her feet and seems to be walking off okay. The hope is that it's minor. Thankfully she seems to be alright. A lot of concern on the bench. But all is well. We'll just get it looked at by the coaching staff. Tyler Lewis just having a word for the time being, making sure one of his players is okay. Stella Nissan takes a seat, but thankfully doesn't seem to be in much discomfort. Danilis resets it. That's a lovely take from Halabi, who chested it down for Peel. Verratti, Halabi, who started the move. And back for Verratti, who had it cut out by Mergianos. Leakopoulos the only other one forward. Ricocheted out to Best. It's a lovely switch for Leakopoulos, who steered it down the line for Mergianos. But the ball was just a fraction too heavy. It's the right idea. Annabelle Mergianos had just peeled away into that flank. Worked herself a yard. Verratti wanted to steer it down the line for Rhiannon Jacobs, but wasn't able to keep it alive. Quite a tamed start so far to the first Sunday women's instalment. Neither of these sides yet to break the deadlock. A rarity. A real rarity. Just the one clean sheet for either this season. It's Galanos. Leakopoulos. Fancied a hit from her own half. Jacobs was hot on the press, and now Leakopoulos was perhaps thankful for the touchline. Jacobs was charging. Instead, the ball trickled out of play. It's Galanos. Again, couldn't steer it beyond Jacobs. He's been a thorn in the Northern Phoenix side in these fixtures in their recent editions. A frequent goal scorer, potent threat. Someone that Tyler Lewis and Suleiman Mohammed will certainly be looking to contain. Limit the supply to, limit the opportunities for, as Olsen on for Best, who wanted Mergianos. Those two just weren't quite on the same wavelength. And 1-0 have had a lot of the possession and had a lot of the opportunities so far. Might find themselves unlucky not to be a goal ahead. Leakopoulos tiptoed around two, but not beyond McCaffrey, who then went and took over. Wanted to steer it. Mergianos cut the ball out. Halabi hold on the press. Awesome. And it rolled back into her arms. Quickly on for Miller Best. Wanted Leakopoulos on the switch. Only found the arms of Danilis. Halabi with room to turn. At Verratti. It's a tidy return and a lovely one too. Halabi's touch let her down on that occasion. Also looked long. McCaffrey read it well. Mergianos. And Galanos. Olsen couldn't touch it, and McCaffrey nearly stole in. 1-0 will have a corner. A moment of miscommunication, perhaps. Have Phoenix just had the first blink of the evening? Corner taken for Jacobs, whose header was loopy, and an easy one for Olsen to claim. Best on the switch for Galanos. Tried to steer it back for Best, but not beyond Verratti. Jacobs then took over, went on her own. Mergianos on the block. Leakopoulos for Best. It was just too far ahead. On the counter the other way. Phoenix knowing the looks will come on the counter. Jacobs. Halabi forced it through to McCaffrey, whose return was tidy, and Halabi wasn't able to pull the trigger. Galanos came across in the nick of time. Best. Waiting on her options. Mergianos was one. Lifted it over McCaffrey to Sargin. Verratti got a good foot in. Perhaps Northern Phoenix's chance to have a good spell, but Galanos' ball is errant. They give it back to 1-0. McCaffrey was in a hurry. Verratti steered it for Jacobs. It's a super ball. Jacobs got away from Galanos, whose recovery challenge was fantastic. Brilliant footing. Just in the nick of time. McCaffrey. Around Sargin. First time, and then at the second, Sargin got a foot in. Verratti clipped it on for Halabi. Not around Best. Wasn't able to keep the move alive. You wonder again when the first time out of this half will come from. It might come from Northern Phoenix. A point suits 1-0. Keeps them off the foot of the table. It's Halabi. Good read from Galanos. Sargin now with room to surge. Verratti across. Best. Went with loft for Galanos. Too much loft. Danilis kept it alive. Halabi wanted to roll it for Verratti. Best cut it out. 1-0 still surging. Still looking for an opening. Halabi. Not around Sargin. Galanos then came across. Forced all the way back to McCaffrey. Steered it for Dimarzi. He wasn't able to beat beyond Mergianos. Man and under to the break. 8.5 to half time. As Best. Hustled by Verratti. Halabi took over. McCaffrey. Beyond Sargin. With a lovely ball for Dimarzi. And Olsen smothered it well. Just as Halabi was looking to peel, Verratti was lurking too. It's a good gather from Emma Olsen. The ball down the line from Best, couldn't find Galanos. Caffrey. Can 1-0 make all the pressure pay off? Halabi, Dimarzi, it's a delightful return. Halabi left it behind momentarily. Send it back to McCaffrey. Verratti. Just trying to draw the Phoenix press. And Sargin obliges to good effect on this occasion. Again, 1-0 have had a lot of possession. The lion's share of it in the first half. Northern Phoenix have been happier to sit off and just try and soak in the pressure. We're yet to see them really hit their stride. And 1-0 have started well, they just haven't taken any of the chances with which they've created. It's Leakopoulos. Galanos couldn't steer it onward. The timing of that press has been good. Understanding that Phoenix have wanted to play down the flanks, in particular the way that Verratti and McCaffrey have stepped on, has been superb. They might have to do it once again. Nissam. This time it's Halabi's cut out. Dimarzi was charging. And Halabi obliged her run. Dimarzi not beyond Leakopoulos, who makes another good challenge. Again, 1-0. Continue to press for the opener. Dimarzi for McCaffrey, who worked a yard for herself. Olsen parried and then picked it up at the second attempt. It's another look from range. They haven't had too much that's been clear cut in this first half. There's been a lot of looks from distance, all of which Olsen's had a good sight of. McCaffrey, most recent of which to have a look. Halabi wanted to thread it for Dimarzi, and Leakopoulos on the lunge made the all-important intervention. Still they search. McCaffrey. Halabi. Really trying to take it to Phoenix. Halabi, Dimarzi. Dummied it only into the legs of Galanos. Ricocheted for Dimarzi. Set it for Verratti to fizz one. And he flashed her effort wide. Again across the face of Olsen's goal. It's been a bit of a microcosm of the first half. Closest either side have come. Have been those looks from range. Leakopoulos for Northern Phoenix early. Both teams defending diligently. Leakopoulos got it through to Galanos. That's a smashing switch for Nissan. McCaffrey across on the block. Leakopoulos wanted to launch it. And McCaffrey again just made sure it went no further. Galanos. Leakopoulos just about kept it alive. Moved it on to Hannah. Had room to go. Found the feet of Nissan. Deflected effort, lacked pace, and was wide. It's a difficult one to take. Lovely incisive ball from Christine Hannah, however. Scott Nicker onto Verratti. 1-0 searching. Leakopoulos this time with a good read. Only had one option, and Dimarzi's dive is a good one. To put it bluntly, I'm glad we're indoors. It is truly thumping it down outside. Reminds you of a completely different part of the world around this time of year. Stella Nissan. Scott Nicker just nearly had a look, as did Dimarzi too. 1-0 have dictated great parts of this first half. Still wanting that opening goal. McCaffrey, Dimarzi. Away from Hannah, and took a slip and a stumble. Kept the move alive, and Galanos picked a pocket. And now Phoenix might have a look on the break. And Galanos poked her effort well wide. And we may have a leak in the roof. There may very well be a mop required, and Claudia Dimarzi's in the book for descent. Really, really entertaining couple of minutes. Dimarzi not best pleased about the attention she received. Finds herself with a yellow card because of it. Now Emma Olsen and Anna Leakopoulos are just gesturing that there is something coming from the ceiling at the moment. And if you can listen outside, take any guess as to what it could be. And the players will head to their benches, and as they do so, and as we get the situation sorted, we will go to a quick break. So welcome back to Darrowby. We have a little bit of an update for you. Play has been halted because, as I'm sure you can hear outside, it has rained and it is raining quite heavily. The issue there being is that there is a hole in the roof at the moment, and as a result the playing surface has become dangerous. It's easy to slip and it could cause quite a severe injury. That is why play has been halted. The referees, at their own discretion, have had a conversation, decided that the play is to be halted for the time being. I'll give you another update when we have any to give, perhaps on a potential restart time or on whatever is going on with the situation developing further. But for the time being, the rain is falling, there is a hole in the roof, and there is water on the court, which is never a good sign. It's something that is dangerous to the state of play, and so as a result, play has been halted, and we will update you when we know what the expected restart time could be or what the actions will be taken. But for the time being, we appreciate your patience, and we appreciate the time that you're taking just to stick with us as this rather rare natural phenomenon takes place of a hole in the roof. Doesn't happen very often at DCSS, but this is truly the first. We will give you an update when we know what is going on, but until then, we will go back to a break. We have another update to give you here in Darabin. So the rain has eased off significantly since the time that the game was stopped. What the officials have decided is there's going to be a clean of the centre of the court where a lot of the water was congregated. Both of the sides will be going to warm up, and hopefully at the end of all of that we will be back to resume play with 5 minutes and 54 seconds left in the first half. The deadlock unbroken between these two sides on the final day of the season. Nobody wants it to end like this, to put it quite bluntly. Nobody wants a washout. So the officials are going to give the court a clean, and then we will see where we go from there. But the plan is to have a quick warm-up and a restart. So hopefully when we next come back to you, we will be back out there. We have some good news in case you've just joined us. It's been a rather sordid Sunday in the northern quarter of Melbourne. We had some water on the court through a hole in the roof, but that has been cleared. The rain has subsided to a point where we hope it doesn't return, and we are back underway after a brief intermission. Northern Phoenix and Eastern 1-0 deadlocked. Neither side yet to break through against the other. We have just under 6 to the break to see who might go into half-time ahead. First of our pair of Sunday women's games on the final day of the season in the league for the calendar year. Rhiannon Jacobs has come closest so far. Now Two's free kick. Demazi wasn't able to steer it goalward. And now Hannah could lead the break. Sargin was charging forward, was waiting on Nissan. Christine Hannah got herself into a bundle. Scott Nicker then went and won it back, and it's a lovely turn away. Now to Demazi. A 1-0 corner down, as we've mentioned. Rhiannon Jacobs has come the closest. Tested Emma Olsen not once but twice. McCaffrey on the charge, and that's a rather easy one for Olsen to gather. Much of the sting taken out of it. Leakopoulos on for Hannah, who was stretching and couldn't quite get there. What a bizarre turn of events. It's never a dull one in Darabin. It's always something that goes on. And tonight, we've got a hole in the roof, which is outrageous. Sargin's on the spin, away from McCaffrey. Hannah's on her own, and Phoenix have the lead. A wonderfully worked goal. And Sargin was the orchestrator of it. It's a simply superb spin in behind. Hannah's late run timed to perfection. Lofted over to Nillison into the net, and Northern Phoenix hit the front. And where both of these sides, for a quarter of an hour, traded a goalkeeping highlight reel, Christine Hannah now has one of it in play. And as it stands, Northern Phoenix lift themselves off the foot. Only for the time being. Started the brighter on the restart. Hannah. Leakopoulos. Couldn't thread it for Stella Nissam. Has that brief break killed all of the good momentum that 1-0 were building in the first half. Had a lot of the ball. Played the better futsal. Created a lot of the opportunities. Couldn't take any. Emma Olsen stood firm. And now Phoenix, with their first real venture for quite some time, have themselves ahead. Tidy step from McCaffrey. Turn from now to equally as lovely. Shifted away from Sargin. And Nissan left a foot in. Demazi wanted a foul. And Karina Tao too. Just getting a talking to for her response. Feeling quite bewildered that it wasn't a foul. And perhaps she might have a point. There's a case to be made. Certainly. There was contact. Whether it impeded her or not, the officials deemed not to have done. Leakopoulos couldn't quite steer it for Sargin. And 1-0, just need to brush off some frustration and try and find the rhythm they found in the early stages of this game. Danilis wanted to drive it for now too. Sargin stepped in on for Mergianos, who tiptoed. Sargin couldn't quite keep it alive. Now two in a hurry. Scott Nicker had to hold up. 1-0 just waiting on the options. Now two around Sargin. Leakopoulos got a touch on it, but it found McCaffrey nonetheless. Scott Nicker steered it for Demazi. He's one-on-one with Best. Demazi worked it hard. Olsen saved. Now two on the following is blocked. And Olsen goes together. First save was terrific. Steered it relatively out of danger as Best went searching. McCaffrey cut it out. Scott Nicker's on the charge. Rolled it on for Dimarzi, who had options waiting. Best intervened, and now Phoenix are 3-on-1. Leakopoulos had stayed long. Mergianos was arriving, and McCaffrey's defensive diligence was absolutely superb. And it needed to be. Otherwise, it would have been 2 on the break in next to no time. Northern Phoenix corner. Best take, Dimarzi cleared it off Skotnicker. Leakopoulos lunged in. And Dimarzi not best pleased about it. Leakopoulos did win the ball. Skotnicker wants to go at Galanos, who just stayed firm. 3 to half time. 1-0 the only side to blink so far. They'd be bewildered as to how they're behind, having controlled a lot of this first half. That's a lovely shift away from Galanos from Skotnicker, who wins the corner. Which was taken for Dimarzi. She flashed her effort wide. Just worked a yard on Leakopoulos, who in turn gives it back to 1-0. Perhaps their turn to surge forward at the end of the first half. Now 2 side ball. Good read from Mergianos. Skotnicker came across to make the challenge. Danilis' chance at a second clean sheet has been blemished. Emma Olsen wants to hold out for Phoenix's second. It's a delightful ball to find Galanos from Mergianos, but she wasn't able to keep the move alive. McCaffrey, home for Danilis. Search for Skotnicker, who took it down tidily and clipped it for now 2 delightfully. And the effort was rolled wide. Another opportunity for 1-0 to land themselves a leveller. Just gone begging a fraction. Olsen looked long. McCaffrey read it. Ricochet to Mergianos. Now 2 went in with her. McCaffrey cleared it on for Dimarzi. Tried to get around Galanos. Skotnicker with Leakopoulos lurking. McCaffrey couldn't find Dimarzi on the return. All is dried up. Thankfully, the rain hasn't returned just yet. Olsen, glorious take from Mergianos. Galanos, hustled by Skotnicker, dropped it off for Leakopoulos. Best had made the early move. Leakopoulos went with height. Now 2 nodded it on, only as far as Galanos. Dimarzi then stole in, and McCaffrey's leading the charge the other way, all on her own. And it's a fabulous block from Leakopoulos, who just about intervened. Tyler Lewis, timeout sheet in hand, is lurking. Costa Fruits is pondering on his half of the touchline. Skotnicker's take, out for McCaffrey. On for now 2. Looked round the corner for Dimarzi. Had Galanos to go at, and she stood her up well. Mergianos happy to launch it away. The Northern Phoenix haven't exactly shot up shop, but you can tell they're adopting a more defensive approach, just wanting to see through the remainder of the half. McCaffrey took her time, Best with a good challenge. Ricochet for Mergianos, now 2 was in the way. Read it well, moved it on to Skotnicker, who left it behind, thankfully. A sea of blue was the next wave, led by McCaffrey. Skotnicker once more. On the switch for now 2. 1-0, slow it down. It's a delightful dink into Dimarzi, who can't get round Leakopoulos. And Salah, you suspect, will go to the end of the half. We'll see it through to the break. McCaffrey's side ball of 1-0 got a late leveller up their sleeve. Now 2. Going at Galanos, who got a foot in. Saw her into touch. Now 2 in a hurry. Wanted Dimarzi. Mergianos intervened, and Olsen commanded her area well and came to claim it. Then wants Best to get on her bike, and the railing gets in the way. as it so often does. Emma Olsen perhaps just venting some frustration at the railing. Caffrey, it's a sharp spin by Salah, who squared it for Demazi. And Leakopoulos got a foot in, recycled to now 2. Again, Galanos goes to her. Salah, around Mergianos, away from Galanos, around Best 2. Salah still going, shifting, dancing, driving. Leakopoulos got in the way, cleared it only as far as McCaffrey, who's tiptoed around Galanos. Leakopoulos and Mergianos, this time in the way, out for Salah. Surrounded by Turquoise, squeezed it onto McCaffrey, and via a deflection, 1-0 have a corner. 33 seconds to the break. 1-0 corner, looking for a late leveller. McCaffrey's take, now 2, has rifled it over. And Tyler Lewis wants timeout. Inside the final half a minute of the first half, Tyler Lewis has issued timeout. Phoenix came back from the restart and got themselves ahead. Christine Hanna darted in at the near post and steered it above Danilis for the only goal so far, as it's Northern Phoenix 1, 1-0 nil. We return from timeout for what could be the only time in the opening half. Phoenix 1 up against 1-0, and perhaps searching for a second to see the half out. Leakopoulos sat 2 down. Demazi now 2 with the coming together. And Claudia Demazi's just worn 1 as a result. All seems to be okay. Michael Ciara is just going over to make sure. And a late side ball. Leakopoulos, cut out by Demazi. Best might have a go, and got under it. Is that perhaps their look? All the way to the break. Or if 1-0 got one more trick up their sleeve. McCaffrey. Salah away from Best. It's a lovely shift from Salah! And Olsen's made a fabulous stop down low. Ever a critical intervention. Quickly on for Best. The clock will beat them all, you feel. Now 2 wanted to go the other way. And that will be half time. One that was stop-starty. One that was perhaps delayed. It's been a half of defensive diligence and a moment where Christine Hanna stole in. Her goal is the difference as Northern Phoenix lead 1-0 by a goal to 0. We return from half-time on what has been a rather bizarre start to Sunday. A rain-affected first half. We had a brief stoppage in play, and on the end of it, Christine Hanna steered in at the near post. That is the difference at the moment, but Dimarzi is looking to extinguish that advantage, and Leakopoulos launched the clearance right into the coaching staff. Suleiman Mohammed turned goalkeeper for a moment. Had one behind him. Baratti off, and now two gave it a hit. That's a brilliant save from Olsen. Flung herself across superbly. Didn't see it till late. That's a fantastic stop. 1-0 corner. Out for Salah. On for now two. Baratti. What can they work? Salah. On for Baratti. Karina now two once more. Steered it on for Dimarzi. And Nissan in retreat. Concedes a corner. Much to some Northern Phoenix dismay. And some Phoenix protest. Salah's corner. Now two. Wanted to go at Leakopoulos. Salah tried to steer it. Best got in the way. And Dimarzi finds the palms of Olsen, who's quickly on for Mergianos. Baratti for Salah. Was around one, around two, around three. And flashed her effort just wide. Again, getting many a look is Nia Salah. Ever so deft in that area. The touch was tidy, as was Mergianos's. Ball couldn't quite find Nissan. Now two. Got it from the sideball, went with height. Nissan again in the way. Her and Dimarzi resume that duel. Salah, now two. Leakopoulos just holding firm. Mergianos this time. Tasked with crowding out Dimarzi and does so to good effect. Best. Leakopoulos was launching down the left and Best has found her beautifully. Leakopoulos wanted Nissan. And it was just a fraction behind her when it came to it. Now two's given it away to Mergianos. Waits on Leakopoulos. Took a touch off Dimarzi. It will be a corner. Suleiman Mohammed didn't take particularly kindly to that challenge. Best corner in the meantime. Mergianos. Best wanted to fizz it across. Off the post and Nissan couldn't steer it in. It had in fact hit the back post initially. Stella Nissan was lurking. Danilis' distribution is good. Finds Salah, who's got Leakopoulos to go at. That's a great challenge. Leakopoulos went early. And wasn't far away from catching Danilis out. No stranger to the spectacular. Anna Leakopoulos. Dimarzi wanted to turn Mergianos deftly, but she came across and shut the door, did the Phoenix skipper. He had more tidy defending. Olsen went for Nissan. It was too long. Very stop-starty beginning to the second period. Both of these teams have had a look. And a good one at that. Now two. Again for Salah, who just stole a yard on Leakopoulos. Salah around Leakopoulos, whose lunge in retreat was superb. Brilliant challenge from Anna Leakopoulos in retreat. Salah out for now two. Nissan this time diving. Now two kept it rolling. Poked it on for Dimarzi, who steered it towards Salah. Leakopoulos kept it alive and Dimarzi had to come across. Vicky Galanos back on. Galanos takes the plaudits. Best. On for Galanos. Wanted to thread it through. Sargent on Salah's loose touch. Has a yard. Tiptoed around Verratti and then took a rather heavy tumble. Sargent straight back up, and in fact Northern Phoenix will have a corner. Suleiman Mohammed's instruction. Let's see if this one can steal a yard. Sargent's corner. Best. Nissan was lurking and Danilis read it well. And then went route one. Most direct you can. Couldn't catch out Olsen, who was happy to watch it all the way out. Best. Galados. Couldn't steer it down the line for Sargent. It's been all the little moments so far which have made a difference. Breaking down attacks, kick-starting counters. Still a single goal to nil is the difference. Verratti went long, couldn't catch out Olsen, who in turn found Sargent superbly, but her touch was a little loose. Salah to reset. Gave it and got it from Verratti. As best to go at, Salah shifted superbly and wanted Tomazi, but Galanos was in the right place at the right time to clear. Phoenix hanging on at the moment, clinging to a 1-0 lead. 1-0, looking to knock on the door, going through Salah, increasingly so. That time, she wasn't able to work her way out of a turquoise entanglement. Galanos. Can Phoenix maybe pinch a second? Wouldn't that take the wind out of the sails? Best with fizz, too much for Sargent. One-0. Cannot be disheartened so far. They have played the better futsal up until now. Just need the end product to show for it, and now two's rattled the railing. The second half still yet to really hit its rhythm. It's Galanos had her ball cut out by now too. Steered it on for Salah, who had 3 to go at. The first was Galanos, who she worked around. And also got her angles right. Made that look rather easy. A lob cut out by now too. Rilled on for Salah and also makes a fabulous save. Made herself big and got the angles right again. Terrific stop, but it will be a 1-0 corner. Leokopoulos getting prepped again. Corner taken for Halabi. Effort blocked by Hannah. On for Salah. And Galanos to go at. But back for Verratti. On for now too. Tidy and intricate, as was Hannah in the cutout. Galanos clipped it on for Sargent, who had runners waiting. Sargent spun away round Verratti, who did well not to concede a corner. Give Halabi one which she could have got onto. Galanos read it well in retreat. And wasn't able to find best. 1-1 in a hurry. Halabi, Verratti, Sargent nearly got the challenge in. Now 2. Around 1, within range. Galanos wanting to close. Hannah got a good foot in. Salah recycled it. Verratti, Salah. Hannah again with a good challenge. And Sargent's got through. All on her own. Danilis makes a brilliant stop. And now Salah could go the other way. Goes around Galanos. And Best makes the block. Ricochets for now too. On for Halabi. Salah with an open net. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Galanos on the line. And in fact, now just wait a minute. That was terrific from Nicky Galanos. Ever the important intervention and managed not to concede a corner, and then found Hannah with a smashing ball, and which Verratti got in the way of. Northern Phoenix perhaps starting to push. Leakopoulos has launched it. Oh, it's a lovely hit. It's another to the Anna Leakopoulos catalogue. It is an absolute scorcher of a strike. Danilis, no chance. The net rippled, rattled, and nearly ripped off. Beauty. An absolute beauty. And it has Phoenix 2 ahead. She won't strike one sweeter. And 1-0 have it all to do. Galanos with a good challenge. Verratti pressed by Nissan, steered it on to now 2, who had Leakopoulos to go at. Now 2 lost out the first time. Kept the move alive. Halabi. Nissan got a touch. What a strike that is. It's sensational. It really, really is. And it has Phoenix in a position of promise. And Verratti is trying to make that just a touch more difficult. Wins 1-0 a quarter. Halabi's return. Verratti. Halabi tiptoeing. Leakopoulos again in the right place. Hannah happy to hammer it away. Now 2. On for Halabi. Rolled it back for Karina now 2. Nissan this time with the challenge. Verratti kept it moving. Halabi. Via Galanos deflection. Leakopoulos this time launched it a much higher effort. One 0 again, reload. Halabi. Leakopoulos got a foot in, and Mergiano steered it to safety. Now this would be something. If Northern Phoenix start to keep it this way, they got a 6-0 against Ravenhall. That was via forfeit. This would be their first on-court win of the season for Tyler Lewis and co. And as it stands, the first on-court clean sheet of the season as well. For Salah. Halabi. 1-0 trying to craft an opening. Now 2. Halabi. Margianos. Galanos. Weren't able to keep it. Verratti trying to tiptoe away forward. Salah. And Halabi wasn't far away. Leakopoulos on for Nissan. That's a smashing switch for Galanos, who's got Mergianos. All important intervention from Verratti. Nissan's touch was then loose, and now 1-0 could go on the break. Now 2 on for Salah. Leakopoulos doing terrifically to hold her up. Salah still shifting. On for Verratti, who kept it alive on the stretch. Halabi. Verratti. Salah. Still they try and work an opening. Now 2. Not away from Galanos. It's a brilliant challenge again. Now 2's take. Galanos didn't know much about it and got it away just in the nick of time. Halabi moved it on to Verratti. Nissan, hold on the press. Forced all the way back for Danilis. Leakopoulos was lurking. got a touch on it. Emergianos couldn't keep it alive. One nil pushing and pressing for a way back into the game. Now 2. Not around Galanos again. Verratti with clip for Peel, but too much height. Emergianos to reset. Galanos took a touch off Peel. It's a short and impactful stint for Nicky Galanos, who prevented a goal. Almost certainly. Best couldn't clip that wide for Nissan. Halabi threaded it for Peel. He's got best to go at. Peel wanting to work a yard. Tried to thread it. Leakopoulos read it. Cleared only as far as Halabi. Now 2 for Peel. Also made the save. Halabi on the follow it off the post. Would you believe it? It's hit the post. Unbelievable. The way to half the deficit, and it was steered into the woodwork. Still 1-0 press. Halabi off Leakopoulos, who fancies a look, you know, and hits the bar. It's a weekly occurrence at this point. Anna Leakopoulos saw Danilis in an awkward spot in the corridor of true uncertainty, gave it a launch, and nearly, ever so nearly, scored her spectacular second. 1-0 searching for a way to half the deficit. They've got 11 minutes to find it. Halabi. Nissan in the way. Emergianos steered it on the best. Verratti battled and won it back. Halabi, Peel. And they're happy to calm it down. Halabi went searching. Best blocked ball. Verratti outside of the boot. Only found Leakopoulos. Halabi hot on the press. Could only find touch. Has that second just taken the sting out of 1-0. Kostafroutis wants a timeout. Leakopoulos launched it for Emergianos, who lost out. Halabi. Verratti steered it into Emergianos, who tried to tiptoe round. Peel in ahead of best. Now 2, not around Leakopoulos, and now 1-0 will have that timeout. This might be the final throw of the dice down the stretch for Kostafroutis. First timeout of the second half. It's still Northern Phoenix 2, 1-0.
في أكبر الكتب.
return from timeout. Phoenix 2 up against 1-0, who have got half of a half to search for a way back, and now 2 via a deflection. Forces a tentative tip over the bar round of Olsen for a corner. Could the kitchen sink be thrown? Verratti's take was to no avail. Still searching for a way, just to half the deficit, getting themselves back in the game. Phoenix wanting to hold out for a clean sheet. Would steer them off the bottom of the table. It's Best. On for Galanos. Wanted to thread it for Sargin, but only found Danilis. She in turn wants to go long for Peel. Now 2. Tried to set it for Peel. Best read it well. Had Verratti to go at. Steered it down the line for Sargin, who got it ahead of Alami. Best on the following. That is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Selena Danilis. A super double save to deny Phoenix a third. Best from the corner, still searching, and Verratti fouled her. And Tyler Lewis's turn to have a timeout. 9.5 to the close. Northern Phoenix want timeout, and on a rather vocal set of instructions have finally been given it. The only time that's parted, we haven't had a goal. It is still 2-0. We return from timeout for the final time in the early kickoff. Phoenix still 2 up. They have a free kick and perhaps a chance to add a third. Wouldn't quite seal it, but it would almost do that. Miller Best to take. Plethora of options. Best leaves it for Leakopoulos, and the wall had encroached. The wall had encroached. And now 2 went too far, close to Leakopoulos. Northern Phoenix wanted a booking to go with it. Suleiman Mohammed, most displeased about it. Leakopoulos take 2. On for Best, who's around Peel. Clipped it, now 2. Phoenix wanted handball. And now Verratti's on the charge the other way. Around Nissan, had Peel up with her. Set it on, and she's rolled it wide of the near post. A golden opportunity to get 1-0 back in the game. Ever so close. The way that it opened up on the counter could be something to cause some Phoenix fright. Sargin stepped around Verratti, who got it from Halabi. Steered it on to now 2. And again, Galanos makes the all-important intervention. Not once, not twice, but thrice. And now Best can go the other way. Sargin left it. Margianos, had she continued, would have been found, but held the run up. Time is not 1-0's friend. Peel. Away from Mergianos. Now 2 on their own. They've got one back. Now then. Now then. They are within one. The deficit halved just like that. Now 2 instinctive in the right place at the right time. Peel's ball placed to perfection, and 1-0 have got themselves a goal back. But Sargin has spun Verratti and flashed it wide. What a look to reinstate the 2-goal buffer immediately. The Phoenix bench still arguing the case. Galanos for Sargin. Verratti in the way. Halabi. Wanted down the line for Peel, but wasn't able to place it for it. Tyler Lewis might just want to be a bit careful here. Could be treading a tightrope. Iliakopoulos on the switch for Sargin. That's a smashing turn. Away from Verratti. Peel in retreat. Back for Danilis. Verratti. Pressed by Mergianos, who put a foot in. 1-0 in a hurry once more. Halabi. Peel. Verratti. Taking their time to try and break Phoenix down. Peel. Away from Galanos, but not Iliakopoulos, who fancied yet another look from range and had it blocked. Another shift. Mergianos moving in as the target. Galanos couldn't find her. Verratti will let it trickle out. See the urgency. Costa Fruitus, the manager. Quickly, ever so quickly, just kept it rolling. Peel. Not around Galanos, who did well to win it back. Nissan. Galanos. Phoenix taking their time. It's cut out by Verratti. Mergianos in retreat with her. Galanos got a block in. Now 2 had a slash at it. And Iliakopoulos made the block. Now 2's take. Got it back from Halabi. Iliakopoulos on the press. Out for Verratti. Now 2. Peel just worked a yard. Her touch was loose. Verratti kept it rolling. Halabi. Mergianos covered the flag well. Halabi kept it rolling. Verratti. Peel. What have 1-0 got to throw at it? Iliakopoulos with a good read. Not once but twice, and Galanos had her clearance met by Peel, who got in the way. So that, the second clean sheet for Phoenix, unfortunately won't materialise tonight. Galanos gave it away to Halabi. Iliakopoulos read it best. Couldn't clip it on for Nissan. Danilis in a hurry. Found now 2. Iliakopoulos. Happy to see it out of play, and now 2 was in with a bit of force. Costa Fruitus perhaps just casting the line. Just casting the line. Tyler Lewis was certainly animated. Quickly off the bench to have a word. And this time Nissan was fouled. Clipped by Halabi. Phoenix free kick. Iliakopoulos, Nissan. Wanted to thread it. Important read by Verratti. Peels on her own, and Iliakopoulos with a brilliant challenge. Perhaps there's just a little bit of spice being injected into this game. A bit of feeling. Anna Iliakopoulos, the most recent to have a word. There's a lot of Northern Phoenix displeasure at the moment with some of what's going on. Halabi around Nissan. Mergianos then took over. Now 2 got a foot in. Broke for Halabi. Nissan in firmly and gives away a free kick. And Halabi's not happy about it. Neither of them really willing to concede. Just on the back of this, both of those two getting a talking to. 1-0 have a free kick. Quick glance at the time, final 6 minutes, and we could be in for a spicy one. Now 2's free kick, via deflection off Peel, and Olsen readjusted and recovered very well. Just to gather in a steamy situation. Galanos has given it to now 2, who steered it for Peel, who couldn't place it into the corner. Now this game is reaching its boiling point. It's simmered for a little bit, but now it might just ever so quickly be gathering heat. Verratti on for Halabi. Nissan goes at her again. Verratti wanted to steer it. That's a tidy take from Leakopoulos. Tomasi's dive in was rather robust. It's cleared away only as far as Galanos. Back for Demasi, who had now 2 as an option. Demasi on the follow-in has rolled it wide. One 0 1 in a corner. And instead, Emma Olsen will start over. Leakopoulos cut out by Demasi, who's on the charge again. Best in retreat. Demasi gave it to Nissan. Left it behind Leakopoulos. Best now has room to charge. Halabi's challenge was a good one. Expect a grandstand finish. Right down the stretch. Only a goal in it. As it stands, Phoenix avoid the bottom at 1-0's expense. Leakopoulos couldn't poke it back for best. Got a touch off Demasi. Claudia Demasi perhaps has to be careful. Already on a booking for dissent. Continuing to argue the case. Leakopoulos gave it a launch. Wasn't quite able to connect as cleanly as she had done earlier. Danilis goes long. Now 2. Backing down Galanos, whose challenge was good. Now 2 for Demasi. Olsen scrambled. And saved. Quickly went on for best. And Halabi came across. Galanos came across just to calm it all down. Ball cut out by Demasi though, who again is on the charge. Demasi driving, Leakopoulos blocking, Halabi's following. Wins a corner. One which was taken quickly, Olsen saves! And Halabi has smashed it over. Unbelievable. Olsen looking long. Sargin away from Verratti. Couldn't poke it through to Leakopoulos, but could keep it. Mergianos for Galanos. Leakopoulos rattled it, and they want handball. Suleiman Mohammed can't quite believe what he's seeing. Leakopoulos, Sargin. Away from Halabi, but only to Verratti. Leakopoulos quickly across. to get the final deflection on it. 4 to go. Verratti steered it for now 2, who's poking and prodding. It's cleared out to Verratti again. On for Halabi. Now 2, wanted Dimazi. Important by Leakopoulos, and a leg was left in. Phoenix free kick, and Anna Leakopoulos is down. Suleiman Mohammed and Michael Ciaris still having a conversation with one another. Tyner Lewis now joining in as well. Leakopoulos moving gingerly but back up. And in fact, for this, Karina now too can find herself in the book. So Salah's reintroduction will have to wait. And Karina now too, in fact, sees red. Now 2 will walk. Phoenix will have a quick team talk. But Karina now 2 is sent off. And this has become rather sour, I'm afraid. It's turning very sour. And Verratti now is also having a word being spoken to her. Now two's rather displeased about that decision, to say the least. What is going on here? You run out of words sometimes. Karina now two's walked and is most displeased about that decision. And unfortunately, she seems to have lost her temper of sorts. Phoenix wanting to hold out. We just have a break in play. Conversations being had all over this place right now. You could not find a more charged atmosphere. Now 2 walks. I'm sure there'll be a conversation post-game. For now, 1-0 or 1 down. Phoenix will be pressing for a 2-goal barrier. Karina now too takes her time. They can't restart until she's out of the arena. And you can converse as much as you like, but the decision for the time being is final. It will not be subject to immediate change. Karina now 2 walks on the final day of the season. A lot of protest, a lot being said. The red mist descends in Darabin. It was a rather late challenge on Leakopoulos, it must be said. 1-0 have to reset, a player down, searching for a way back into the game. Best got it back from Mergiados. Phoenix will utilise the advantage. Best Leakopoulos. They will just knock it around for as long as they please. Drew Halabi. Best. And an effort and flashed it wide. And the bench weren't best pleased about that. Preparing to make the most of the time they have. It's Verratti. Wanting to go on the search. Dimarzi. Who rather bundled Best over. That was all fair and foulless. Halabi. Back for Danilis, who is capable by foot. Finds Dimarzi. Has Leakopoulos to go at, who shut the door rather convincingly. Phoenix just wanting to tick the time down. Best. For Leakopoulos. And the seconds just ticking away. Leakopoulos. Best. Leakopoulos took a tumble. That's been that sort of night. Leakopoulos had a launch. Danilis parried and wants to go on the charge. Nissan was hot on the heels. Leakopoulos with an open net. Only found Verratti. On for Dimarzi, who's around Nissan. Dimarzi driving. And kept the move alive. And what a free kick. And once again, there is much discussion. Northern Phoenix bench have been as displeased as often tonight. Halabi's free kick was taken too quickly. Had to wait for the whistle. So they will go again. Chaos has descended inside this building. And in all of it, Verratti got it from the free kick. Set it back for Danilis, who might fancy a look herself. Nissan came across the block. They've got just under 2.5 to save themselves. To try and find one. Dimarzi. Couldn't steer it beyond Best. 1-0 go on the high press. Leakopoulos. Back with Miller Best. Phoenix just worked themselves out of a tricky situation. Best on the charge. Away from Halabi. On for Leakopoulos. Mergianos is on her own. Best. Mergianos. They'll have a corner. 1-0 back to the full 5. Best corner via a deflection. Off Halabi. Into Danilis, and Olsen will let it trickle out. Both touch lines cutting a very different figure at the moment. Costa Fruits is more reserved. Tyler Lewis, Suleiman Mohammed, much more animated. Her side is the one that leads, of course. 1-0 with a final push to change that. McCaffrey, who lost out to Leakopoulos. They will be backs to the wall. You get the feeling a big turquoise bus is about to be parked. Halabi, away from Nissan. Leakopoulos had too much of Dimarzi. And again they have a set piece, and again they have a look. All set. Foul count just ticking up. Is this 1-0's look? Halabi's free kick! Had to wait on the whistle. And they will do it all over again. Adjustment to the foul count. Foul count just being readjusted. Just to make sure we're all on the same page. (1-0's free kick. And a game where they've taken it up to Phoenix for all but a 5-minute burst. There will be Halabi take 2. This time it's a beauty. Now hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. It's not going to count. It is not going to count. How big a let-off can you get? Sophie McCaffrey blocking the eye line of Emma Olsen has impeded the keeper and given Northern Phoenix one hell of a let-off. 1-0 on done. DeMasi on the drive. Wasn't able to keep it rolling. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. You run out of words for what has unfolded here. You really do. It's had everything. It's been a theatre. And it's approaching its final act. The curtain call for both these seasons this year in this league. Could you ask for more of a dramatic finish? Leakopoulos' challenge is a good one. It's been above a pantomime. It's had everything. And 1-0 might not be done yet. McCaffrey, not beyond best. A minute 14 to find a level at least. McCaffrey! DeMasi was darting and launching, but unable to connect. Phoenix in shutdown mode. Olsen long. Halabi up. Leakopoulos loses out on this occasion. Halabi to start it all over again. McCaffrey stole the yards. Leakopoulos got a foot in. Final minute of the game. We could be in for a special down the stretch. We are! DeMasi stolen it at the death! Right at the very end! And she may just have earned 1-0 a point. A precious, precious goal. DeMasi darted in ahead of them all. Got the finest of flicks and they're not done yet. McCaffrey and DeMasi colliding. Kalanos got a foot in. And it's Olsen's ball. Just get a look at the feeling in here. This is remarkable. Have you ever seen a Sunday like it? Olsen long for Mergianos, who couldn't take it down. And all of a sudden it goes either way. It really does. McCaffrey. Mergianos in the way to clear. Just over half a minute. Who wants to go and win this game? Baratti. Halabi nearly, ever so nearly, had a brilliant flick. That ball from Ulster's not bad for best. Danilis sprawled and Demazi had to clear. Leakopoulos, Best couldn't sort it out. They were 3-on-1 momentarily. Halabi, Verratti. Halabi again, off Galanos, away by Mergianos. Leakopoulos has kept it alive and went early, but couldn't catch out Danilis. One last look. Danilis long. Halabi tumbling. Salah stopping Mergianos. That could be that. They are going, you imagine, bar something special to split the points. Halabi, the whistle beats him. A classic. A brilliant, brilliant end of season game. One of drama, one of spice, one of temper. Those which flared. And at the end of it all, they end where they started. 1-0 avoid the bottom. For Phoenix, it's the foot of the league. And full time in Darabin. It's Northern Phoenix 2. 1-0 2. And so, after quite the stormy, after quite the searing start to Sunday, we reached the curtain call, not just of the evening, but of the season in and of itself. Melbourne Aku were confirmed as champions for the third time on the spin. Last time out, they beat a spirited Northern Phoenix in a thoroughly entertaining game. QEMU's side are queens of the land once more, and this time it's for an entire calendar year. And they've been simply superb from start to finish. And the last time these two met, they built themselves a buffer at the top of the table by defeating Fitzroy in what was a terrific game of futsal from two of the best teams, not only in this state, but in the land as we know it. The Tigers will have some wounds to lick, having not picked up the crown. However, they are on the right path. And for Jimmy Soufas and co, it's been a building season where they were a genuine threat to the very top of this division. It's been certainly a season to remember. A side who have been free-flowing. They broke a series futsal record, unfortunately, without the league title to show for it. Now Mason Jones, who is on return tonight, is forced into an early save and gives away Aku's first corner. Bomford's take. Out for Fogarty, given away to Richardson, who's rolled away around Allerton. Sarah Richardson, happy to hold it up. Couldn't quite flick it to Galuccio, only into the arms of Rebecca Yee. Bomford. Waited on some of the options. Fogarty rolled around Abdul Latif. Allerton. Not beyond McClure, whose challenge was a good one. Been a terrific season for both of these sides. These are two who define the standards that we set in this division. And it's blossoming in to quite the marvellous modern rivalry of Fitzroy and Aku. This would be not only unbeaten in a calendar year against their foes from Fitzroy, but also an invincible season for QEMU and co. They were within one last time out. Something they will want to emulate. The best defence in the league, only 18 against the Fitzroy side, who have scored more than anyone else. Unstoppable force meets a movable object, and the post has been clattered. Rebecca sprawling together at the second attempt. Went long for Bomford. Mason Jones came as insurance, but left the net vacant, and Allerton, instead of shooting, tried to find Molly Burke. Quite the controlled start. Mason Jones. Abdul Latif. On for McClure. Fitzroy now, perhaps taking their turn to play around Aku. And Allerton watched McClure all the way and made a good challenge. Both of these sides just testing the other out to start. Set back for Richardson. Blocked by Bomford, and now Burke's got room to go into. Bomford continued the run. Burke's ball over the top was teasing. And Mason Jones came across to mop up. McClure with a vacant one. Fogarty has an open net. Got around Galuccio, moved it on for Bomford, who's not quite around Richardson. Skipped away from Galuccio. Burke. Allerton. Not beyond McClure, and then a leg was dangled, and Fitzroy will have a free kick. First of the evening for the Tigers. Abdul Latif within range. Rolled it on for Richardson. Abdul Latif wants to tango with Burke through the legs and saved by Yee. Bomford cleared to Galuccio, who sent her effort over. Fogarty to reset. Allerton, whose touch was heavy, found Fogarty, just about threaded it. Richardson hot on the press. Fogarty can't clear. Richardson over Yee and wide of the post. Fogarty there to clear it away. It's too hot to handle for Bomford, but Fitzroy are surging right at the very start. Galuccio on to Abdul Latif. Richardson, who spun Allerton and tried to clip it. Fogarty got a foot in, cleared it to Allerton, moved it on to Bomford. who's around McClure and through on her own. Mason Jones with an important intervention at the expense of an Aku corner. Fogarty taken quickly. Got it from Bomford and rattled it into McClure, who couldn't quite get it back from Galluccio. It's the final aspect in the league for the women's for season 2 in 2025. What a season it's been. Campaign full of drama, a year full of drama. And on the end of it, a lot of international representatives, some fabulous futsal played. One to look back on brilliantly. Abdul Latif on for Galluccio. Wasn't quite able to keep it. In the earlier game, Phoenix at 1-0, played out. Quite a spiteful 2-2 draw. Ensured that 1-0 stayed off the bottom at Northern Phoenix's expense. But in the meantime, we turn to the top two. Here's McClure. Abdul Latif wanted to clip it over the top. Bomford with a good read, and now is on the charge. Burke was up with her. Bomford not beyond McClure, whose defensive diligence was superb. Again, Fitzroy happy to reset. McClure threaded it for Richardson wonderfully. Tried to find a way beyond Fogarty. Burke in retreat made the challenge, squeezed it through to Galluccio, who couldn't quite clip it in the channel for McClure. You just have to wonder when both these sides might go to the well for the first time this evening. Bomford not around Abdul Latif. Yamashita getting prepped by QEMU. Burke. Bomford, whose touch was loose. And Fitzroy the first to blink when it comes to the changes. A treble, in fact just a duo of them. Sabre and Frascalzo instated. Immediately went for Sabre. Burke's flick on. Allerton with a poke has rolled it wide. A real flashpoint opening for Aku. We've had chances few and far between so far. Had another look for Clarissa Allerton with Mason Jones off her line. Sabre beyond Burke. Stayed alive. Richardson. Recycle for Mason Jones, onto Frascalzo. Abdul Latif steered it superbly for Sabre, whose touch invited Fogarty. Frascalzo kept it rolling and flashed her effort wide. He went long. Richardson nodded it. Frascalzo, recycle for Mason Jones. Lovely ball to find Sabre, who waited on the runners. Frascalzo was one, and he pushed it away for a corner. Both these sides going full throttle at one another. It would have been built as a title decider on the final day. Hasn't transpired as such. But still, the prospect of spoiling the Aku Invincible party is one which Jimmy Soufis cannot turn down. Abdul Latif steered it for Sabre superbly. Frascalzo took over. Fogarty back for Yee, who was under pressure and gave it away as a result. Sabre on for Abdul Latif. Through the legs of Allerton. Layla Abdul Latif, blocked by Fogarty. Ricocheted out to Richardson. Allerton took a stumble. Richardson rolled it in. It's a thumping Fitzroy opener. And on the nights where Aku would be invincibles, it's the Tigers who bare their teeth first and hit the front. And so far, once again, the cloak, the plan of invincibility is not going as such for QEMU and Co. Richardson rattled it in. Fitzroy find themselves in front on a night where they will be hoping to get one over Aku to round out the year, perhaps one of the more important ones. Frascalzo, pressed by Burke. A bit too overzealously. She gives away a free kick. Richardson from Abdul Latif on for Sabre. Not beyond Fogarty. Richardson couldn't refine Frascalzo. This game has been a little bit stop-starty. Both sides searching for the goal that Fitzroy found. Mason Jones to reset things. Flung it out for McDougall. He dropped it off for Richardson. Burke on the press. Richardson tried to step round her but wasn't able to keep it alive. Burke's side ball as a result. Aku searching for an equaliser. Fogarty had it deflected away to Frascalzo, who steered it on to Sabre. McDougall arriving too. Frascalzo, and they both missed it. It was a searing Fitzroy counter, and they just couldn't quite apply the finishing touch. Ever so nearly a brilliant move to burst the Aku bubble even further. Fogarty, Kubik. Richardson mopped up. Yamashita read it well. Nobody giving an inch still. Title-wise, it's a dead rubber. Invincibility, it is as live as it gets. Richardson. Via a deflection off Burke. Rebecca Yee. There quickly off her line to mop it up. Kubik. On for Fogarty. Yamashita wanted Kubik to take over and was pressed by Frascalzo. Squeezed it through to Kubik, who wanted Fogarty. Richardson couldn't clear. Kubik took over again. McDougall got a foot in at the right time. Richardson wanted the returning clip and instead had to clear her lines. Kubik side ball. Rolled it back for Burke. Move recycled. Reimer might have a go, and Mason Jones, having spilled the first, saved the second. She went with a great height. Reimer got up, nodded it on for Burke, who's away from McDougall, and steering for Kubik. Mason Jones again with excellent judgment, quickly off her line. And so far, all the nearly moments Fitzroy have got right. Shutting Aku out as well as they can. McDougall onto Galluccio. Wanted to steer it for Frascalzo, wasn't quite able to. Kubik on for Burke. Aku searching for an equaliser. You can tell they're just starting to force it a touch. Aku Emu's side. Unable to conventionally thread their way through Fitzroy. They're now perhaps going a bit more direct. Mason Jones. On for Sabre. Yamashita got a foot in. Good challenge made. Just to hold up Fitzroy where they wish to advance. Galluccio got it back from Mason Jones, who's a long way from home. Frascalzo was darting, and Burke couldn't take any chances. Giuliani getting ready. Fitzroy have a corner. Sabre's take. Out for Galluccio to have a hit, and wasn't far away from it either. Just whipped and faded at the last second. Desperately unlucky from a second for Fitzroy. Yamashita, Reimer. It's a lovely take, not around Galluccio. McDougall in retreat. Had Kubik hot on her heels and had to concede play as a result. Kubik. Out for Giuliani. Galluccio cleared it. Giuliani reset. Yamashita. Reimer. It's a lovely touch on for Giuliani. He tried to go the long way around Sabre, who came across to shut the door. Galuccio went with height. McDougall hustled Yamashita. Wasn't able to put her under too much duress. She saw it out. And 2 touches from Yamashita means that Fitzroy can reset things and have an opportunity in a position of real promise. Searching for a second. Galuccio. McDougall not beyond Hubik, who steered it on for Yamashita. Aku might have a break on. Giuliani went the long way round. Mason Jones and Sabre came across to crowd them out. Again, Mason Jones looked long. Reimer got in ahead. Yamashita couldn't pluck it down. Galuccio ushered it out of play. And there's a really tamed middle from Fitzroy. Having gone ahead. Reimer on for Hugh Beak. McDougall couldn't tiptoe her way out of trouble. And I'm joined on commentary for the final time tonight for the closing act of the evening by a man who's just had quite the start to his Sunday. Northern Phoenix manager Tyler Lewis. Good evening, Tyler.
Hey mate, how long did it take you to put that socket in the hole?
I'd rather not say.
that was appalling. That was like a certain standard of something in the previous game. Well, I'm not saying what it is. I'm just saying there was a certain standard which was appalling.
There's Calzo on the charge. He came across. A lot of tension in that previous game.
Yeah, but not between the teams. That's the worst part. There was no tension between the teams. We're all laughing with each other. But at the end of the day, we move. Ends 2-all. It was a fun game. Obviously disappointing to cop the one with less than a minute or 90 seconds to go, but that's futsal. Didn't make the most of our chances earlier on.
Fitzroy have a free kick.
1-0 still? Yep.
Seeing if they can make the most of their chances and double their lead.
Yes, as Kui heads to Thailand at midnight for his Aku training camp, I believe it is, there for a couple of weeks. So hopefully he'll bring back some really good knowledge and be able to put that into his teams moving forward.
Straight to Tullamarine for Kiwi Mew.
Yeah, literally. He'll be
at the end of the evening.
Yeah.
He is going from here to the airport and then to Thailand. Have to be there a few hours before for an international flight. He might be watching the clock.
Yeah, no, he was. He literally, because when he came in, we were on the rain delay, which, funny enough, we play an indoor sport and we still had a rain delay, huh? And he's like, how far are we behind? I'm like, about 30 minutes at this point. He goes, oh, no, I've got to catch a flight at midnight. I'm like, have you got everything? Luckily enough, he does. So he'll be probably having Lucy drop you off at the airports.
He doesn't strike me as a man who's often unprepared. It's a lovely ball from Galuccio. Sabre couldn't steer it beyond Yamashita.
No Rogan tonight on the Fitzroy bench, though. Wonder where he's disappeared to. He normally Jimmy's right hand, so...
It really is quite a, I'd say, a calm atmosphere to end the season. Galuccio from McDougall. He had to sprawl.
At the end of the day, Aku tied up the season. Like, they won their season last week. Fitzroy can't move from second. Heidelberg our third. Let's not go with the other two. But yeah, so no one can move anymore. We're pretty much set. So we will, after this game, we turn our attention to Fos Cup, which both these teams will have a bye for the first rounds. Has Fos Cup been spoken of publicly, Commissioner?
We had alluded to it on the broadcast earlier.
Yeah, so I can speak about it, just making sure before I get in trouble for something.
Fos Cup for the women's will be following.
So next week will be off. There'll be no women's fixtures next week, and then we'll move into a 2-leg round one between newly formed Vic Lions women's team, who just signed a Futsaroos keeper. So that was their first sign. They got made public today, I believe, and a newly formed, to be soon announced, Northcote, so which we spoke about last week a little bit too.
Some exciting times for Series Futsal women's ahead.
And they'll play Phoenix, or they could either play. So the 4 teams that could play, which I believe will be a random draw, are Phoenix 1-0, Northcote, and
Vic Lions.
Vic Lions. So, and then Aku and Fitzroy will get a bye to the semi-finals, and they'll play the winner of that 2-leg first round.
That is the structure of what is coming up.
And I believe the first 2 games are played on a Sunday night, and the finals will be played on a Friday night.
That's brilliant. Big fan of a Friday night final.
Well, yeah, so the semi-finals will be played on Friday night, I believe, and I have to double-check it, but and I believe this final will be on a Friday night as well.
So a lot still to come.
So obviously with the series futsal men's competition wrapping up this upcoming week, we'll have a couple of Friday nights free before the playoffs happen.
That will be those Foz Cup fixtures.
I believe so.
These two will turn their attentions to it in a little bit of time. Here's Galuccio. Fitzroy looking to surge for a second. Allerton read it well.
Probably the MVP this season, Chris Allerton. Just been fantastic since donning Aku colours. As I get Frizzy Lizzy, like just giving me daggers. Where have you been anyway? What happened to you? Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Yeah. Where have you been?
Last week I was injured.
Yeah, what'd you do, Nate? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Thanks, Liz. As I just talk to the players as they walk past me. So yes, Liz will make a return tonight, probably in the second half. I don't imagine Jimmy leaving Beth on the entire game, being that there is a dead rubber.
Mid-game interview from Tyler Lewis.
Mate, I'm taking Palombi's job.
That is some serious media skill right there.
It helps when you've been around them a while.
Elizabeth there, hoping to make her return tonight. We're all hoping that as well. As Allerton wasn't able to make her way down the touchline. Fitzroy still holding firm and a 1-0 lead.
Look comfortable too, don't they? There's no rush from them. They're happy just to sit on the ball. So Richardson loses out there.
Fogarty onto Bomford. Rolled it back for Molly Burke. Allerton once again. Aku just looking for a way through. The invincible season is on the line tonight for QEMU's side.
Not a perfect season though, as Theo Statman alluded to. Fitzroy will not finish with a perfect season, as they will have one blemish on their record. Instead of being 12 from 12, they'll be 11 from 11, 1 and 0.
Possibility of it all. Perfect seasons out the window all round. It's Abdul Latif on for McClure. Blocked by Allerton again. They do look rather cosy in possession at the moment, the Tigers. Look very settled.
Pretty comfortable. There's no real need for them to rush or anything, as this is Futsaru's tactic, the slide. Most teams use it these days. Most teams that train will use it, a version of the slide.
The Fitzroy side ball in succession. Galuccio leaves it. Abdul Latif was expecting her to hit it, I reckon.
No, she hit the ground as she went to kick. It's just been unfortunate.
Wanting to charge forward, McClure shut the door. Abdul Latif took over.
She's been brilliant this season too, Layla, since joining Fitzroy. Definitely come into her own. Started the season a little bit nervy, you could tell, but like as the season's gone along, she's improved, she's learnt.
Certainly been a building campaign for Layla Abdul Latif.
It's always hard going into a new squad, Ethan. It takes a little bit to get the gel with the players, but she's got some fantastic players around her.
You can see as well as the season's gone on, with that gelling, I guess coming more to the fore, she's looked a lot more comfortable, and we've started to see a lot of what Abdul Latif produced last season as well.
Yeah, I think that's also trust between Jimmy and his players as well. Like, it does take a little bit of time. You come into what a touch by Richardson. She goes down the line, cuts in on the left, and puts her hand up. Didn't know much about that one, and we'll go out for a corner. As I was saying, it takes a little bit when you got new players come in. It takes a little bit to understand what you know what you think they're capable of watching them play, but you don't necessarily know how good they're going to be for you, and the way you want to play. And Jimmy plays a very...
Well, Bomford's on the march momentarily. Mason Jones had to get down quickly. Apologies, Tyler.
No, that's what you're here for, mate. You're here to do the play-by-play and cut me off when something develops. Jimmy plays a very tactical style of game, very adept at learning what's working from overseas and bringing that to us, and learning what the Futsaroos do with Miles and everything like that. So you'll see his teams play that specific way. So it's hard. Like if they I said it in the championship game. Do they play a bit of freestyle futsal or do they play structured futsal? Like it depends. But yeah, Fitzroy are very structured in what they do defensively going forward. Aku are as well now. Aku never have taken their time and they've gotten to a bit more structure in what they do. And we're finding the teams that train more are the ones that become more structured over time.
You can see that structure has been really, really key to their success. It's been a well-oiled machine now for the best part of 18 months, QEMU's side. And on it, 3 straight successive titles. As Abdul Latif through the legs of Fogarty, on for McClure, who clipped it for Richardson, who was arriving just a fraction too late. Just wasn't quite able to get on the end of it. An inviting ball as well. And Fitzroy are still searching for that second. Aku unable to find a way back in at the moment. It's been a rather stop-starty first half. Both teams, you can sense, are just slowing the tempo down.
It's been a real stop-starty evening, Ethan. Like the first game, delayed or progressing well, delayed for 20 minutes because of rain, heavy rain coming into the court. Red cards, delay. So many delays in the first game. We're so far behind tonight.
He had it all. He really did have it all, that early kickoff.
Yeah, had signs flying onto the court.
Truly a dramatic one in Darabin. Never a dull moment in this place. Richardson, McClure. On for Abdul Latif. Richardson wanted to thread it for Sabre. Allerton was alert to it. Fitzroy wanted handball. Reimer. Burke.
Down the line. Stayed in.
Height.
Ooh, just goes over.
And they'll reload again. McClure. Sabre. Again wants to spin Fogarty. Allerton came across to lend a hand. Sabre shifted away from both and rattled their effort just wide. Would have been a super goal.
Wow. I can't say anything. It was so close.
Turn was ever so deft.
She's so good. Like, she's so talented. Like, a lot of these Fitzroy players are, well, pretty much all the players are. Like, this league itself, in terms of the talent levels, has grown tremendously over the last 2 years. Like, I remember seeing teams, like, have no ability whatsoever, and now pretty much every team can beat anyone on their day. Nearly.
Certainly with distribution of quality as well. A lot of bright youngsters coming through in the league.
Yeah, and this is probably the question we have to ask, because that, you know, obviously they do the girls' league on a Saturday afternoon, like, and we're starting to see players come from that Saturday, like Sophie McCaffrey, May O'Brien. There's a whole bunch that have come from that junior system that are now entering teams, like now entering the senior teams.
So Jones looked long for Sabre. Dropped it off for Richardson, who rolled it. Blocked by Reimer, and Sabre steered the second effort wide.
Just couldn't get her feet back. She went for the initial tap in and then obviously lost footing.
Becky E looks long, and it hits the railing. Not for the first time tonight. Great source of frustration in this place sometimes. Friscalzo resets. Abdul Latif. Deflected off Yamashita, who nearly, ever so nearly, had a look momentarily. Richardson. Burke, hustled by Friscalzo, who's picked her pocket. Reimer dangled a leg. Friscalzo was almost going beyond the ball before Fogarty put a stop to it. Friscalzo still charging, steering for Sabre. Reimer via Burke concede a corner. And Jimmy Soufas can't quite believe it.
I don't know how you have hair left, by the way. After dealing with both teams, I don't know how you kept your hair.
That's why you shaved his side.
Sabre's corner. And Burke happy to place it away.
I think you're right, by the way, Danny. I definitely think you're right.
Fitzroy searching for the second.
Yeah, if we're going to end the season, we're going to end it with a bang, right?
Mason Jones and Abdul Latif got in a mix-up. They were fortunate it didn't stay in for Burke, but they've got to retreat with haste.
Burke was quick on it, though. To create the... create the shot.
Very, very, very quick on it, Molly Burke.
It's experience though. Like Molly's whole family are professionals at the end of the day. Like she's pretty much grown up, or she has grown up around the professional lifestyle where you do things at a speed to create opportunities.
It's Abdul Latif. Burke with a good challenge. And might want to go on the charge. Rolled around for Scalzo. Abdul Latif in retreat.
Stayed in.
Kept it alive. Burke still going. And in the end, it trickles over the line and out of play.
That's what's made Molly so dangerous as well, Molly Burke, that is. She just, like a terrier, just doesn't give up on the ball. If it stays in or even goes out, she's running after it and she's trying to move the ball quickly.
Suits the weight. A real X factor. Bundle of energy for QU's side. Beak, that's a bit behind Yamashita and out of play.
Unfortunately for Mary, her first action after coming on is putting the ball out for a side ball for Fitzroy.
Sabre will take that side ball. Abdul Latif couldn't set it for Richardson. Reimer's got Burke and Hugh Beak who's arriving. Mason Jones came and closed the angle just in the nick of time.
Could have been funny. First touch could have been a turnover. Second touch could have been a goal. Unfortunately, just wide.
It nearly was. A roller coaster of an introduction for Mary Hugh Beak. It's Richardson on for Sabre.
She got kicked there. Oh, we're calling kicks these days.
Spun Yamashita. Gave away a free kick.
Love you, Liz. Can we go to the other side as well when we do the second half, please? We'll just kick the referees over to this side.
Have to ask the commissioner. This call not mine. Pascalzo's free kick. Went for the effort and Yee tipped it over. It was dipping devilishly. And Yee had to palm it over for a corner, which McDougall for Richardson. And Yee at a near post got across. And we were nearly in trouble. Clements cleared towards the broadcast side. Fitzroy still searching. Mason Jones, who's advanced. And nearly lost out to Yamashita. Did lose out to Reimer, who has a vacant net. Safras Calzo with a brilliant block on the line. That is delightful.
Well done, Dino. Well done.
An absolutely fantastic intervention. And truly important. Aku would have had themselves level. Reimer! Got it from the corner.
Mate, that was fierce. That had so much power.
And really rifled it wide. Mason Jones beaten all ends up, had it been on target.
Oh, guess what? It wasn't, so she had her angles covered.
Richardson. Back for Frascalzo, who's under pressure from Reimer. And now Burke, who's advancing. Frascalzo squeezed it through to McDougall. Sabre. Charging
Back
it,
post.
Hugh Beak. Steered it across.
Just behind. I hate you commentators to go, if it was on target, it was in. Guess what? It wasn't on target, buddy, so that's why it doesn't go in. Keeper had their angles covered.
It's one for the goalkeepers union, perhaps. There's Burke and searching. And that one a lot more comfy for Mason Jones.
I would think so, mate.
McDougall. Fire a deflection, which Giuliani cut out. Hugh Beak and Richardson.
Gigi has been she's a good young player that's come through. I obviously played for Phoenix outside of in the outside tournaments and moved to Aku this season. She's been really, really good for Aku. Good pickup. And addresses an area which they don't have a lot of. They don't have a lot of young players. They have a lot of, like, obviously the Japanese players that have come in and helped build them, and then your Jess Hours, your Marys that have kind of sustained them and made them good. And they don't have a lot driven towards youth. As Beth Mason-Jones says that one over, and Gigi, as I'm giving you praise, you miss a wide open goal. Well done.
Perhaps the curse of the commentator. Coming back once again.
And her mum's laughing at her. That makes it better.
Mason Jones went long. McDougall's touch was tidy. Send it back for Frascalzo. Hugh Beak was hot on the press. That's a smashing ball for Sabre, who steered it, and Giuliani got in the right place at the right time at the expense of a corner.
Oh yeah, you don't either.
Sabre, Richardson. Rolls out of play. Frascalzo. Just had a glimpse at the near post. Sabre was wanting to take it and spin. Wasn't quite able to. Allerton. Deflected off Frescalzo. Ubik almost had a look. Yamashita hard on the press and won it. Face to face with McDougall. Waited on Ubik on the overlap, but Frescalzo was alert to it. And Ubik then took a tumble. Richardson.
Need to get back into the gym area. Dino just sent up.
Mason Jones wanted Sabre. Allerton got a foot in, as did Ubik. Richardson continued the press. Sabre still charging. Kept it alive. Frescalzo flicked it on for Richardson.
She's going to get there.
Who did get there, and so does McDougall. Fitzroy, some way, somehow kept it rolling, and Allerton quickly came across to clear the danger. Minute and a half to half time.
For some reason, I don't think we're going to have as much fun in the second half. Fitzroy bench have been keeping me entertained for the majority of this half.
Sabre. That's that to Allerton. Yamashita then dropped it back. Richardson. Aku wanted handball. Frescalzo. Beyond Ubik. Away from Giuliani.
Read that well, did Allerton.
Very good read from Allerton. Cleared it only as far as Richardson. He wasn't able to find anyone.
Wait, just top. Don't leave the middle open. Top.
Can Aku perhaps launch a leveller before the break, or could Fitzroy find a second? Allerton. It's just a touch too heavy for Yamashita. McDougall won in well. Frescalzo allowed to spin, allowed to turn away from Ubik. Yamashita sliding, as was Mary Ubik, who collected Richardson. And Jimmy Soufas wants timeout.
Hey, what happened to no left footers?
One which Fitzroy will have. Closing in on half time inside the final minute. It is the Tigers who lead Aku by a goal to nil. We return from timeout.
All right, so Fitzroy have no left footers as being clearly established, so it has to be something where it goes to a right footer. Slide into the middle. Oh, it nearly comes off from a timeout. Just slightly behind. Pretty sure that was Galuch.
It's a lunging effort. Fitzroy nearly added a second. Middle was left completely vacant by Aku, and Allerton's given it away. McDougall's on the charge. They fancy one more.
Well done.
Richardson around Ubik.
Well done.
Wanted to go alone. Giuliani got the block in.
Ooh.
Cycled to Galuccio.
Little kick there afters.
Yamashita.
Fitzroy ball. Where have we got here? Galuch is probably the option if you can find her on the far side.
Richardson does go there. Galuccio couldn't steer it for Sabre. Allerton around McDougall. On for Yamashita. The ball back has left Ubik short. Sabre was charging and didn't sort her feet out.
Unfortunately, that little touch, she didn't mean it, but hit like a big toe and just wanted to keep travelling. Now, Mary will probably play Clarissa here, so Habib to Allerton before it happens. And GG's on the far side.
Allerton finds her.
Well, back to Allerton, and then we'll look for Mary in the middle.
Allerton did it for Yamashita instead, and Richardson came across.
Close. I'm bringing out the crystal ball tonight.
Crystal ball is in.
Yeah. I'm going to predict things before they happen.
Is in third
Back post for Richo.
Saber. Galluccio. Took a deflection.
What? What?
Perhaps it didn't take a deflection.
No, it definitely took a deflection. That's a really bad call yet again.
There's a bit of
The ball doesn't spin like that unless it takes a deflection, but I don't know.
real bit of bewilderment to that. Mason Jones sends it.
It's right in front of you. How do you miss it?
Clearly venting some frustrations as Tyler.
I'm not venting frustration. It's just like at the end of the day, we're as owners, managers, whatever we are, we want a standard, and that's not the standard we want.
And so far, the standard will be something that Fitzroy are happier with. They got themselves an early goal courtesy of Sarah Richardson, who thumped one in. And it is the difference maker as half-time in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 1, Aku 0. We return from half-time for the final time this season. Fitzroy lead Aku by a goal to nil. It was a lovely Sarah Richardson rocket that put the Tigers ahead and is currently blemishing the invincible dreams of QEMU and co. It's been a very professional performance from Fitzroy so far. Managed the game incredibly well, created a couple other looks. And we're hoping possibly to add to it. Elizabeth Eyre, who's back from injury. That's her first involvement of the evening. Flashes it wide of Rebecca Yee's post. Allerton. Away from McClure. For Fogarty. Wanted to go for Bomford down the line, wasn't able to find it. Ball was a fraction too heavy. Final half of the season. We're hoping it's one which throws up something special between our top two. A really renewed modern rivalry. Allison, Fogarty, Burke. Tidily found Bomford, hooked it beyond Galuccio, but McClure came across. Abdul Latif lost out to Burke. Aaron Allerton nearly got in the muddle. Bomford. Going back for Allerton, pressed by Abdul Latif. Got herself out of danger well. Did season one's MVP and then played it into touch. Classic curse of the commentator. Fitzroy find an early second. Abdul Latif. Steered it into McClure. Burke with a good read. Abdul Latif goes across to make the challenge. Aku searching. Wanting an equaliser. Just to keep the invincible season alive. No perfect seasons this season. But you can still go unbeaten. And it should still be the goal for QEMU's side. He cuts a very relaxed figure on the touchline. A man who's got to go to Thailand later this evening. We're hoping it isn't too treacherous a journey to Tullamarine for him. I hope he has a good time. Could be quite a hassle, an international flight. There's Air, looks long, Galuccio's flick! And Rebecca Yee was down to make the save. Chopped it off for Fogarty. Allerton, cut out by Richardson, who rolls it wide. It's a golden look for Fitzroy. A gilt-edge opportunity to make it two. They were unable to accept an Aku gift. And here's Bomford. Away from Abdul Latif. McClure cut it out and got in the way. Now she's on the charge. Didn't get beyond Molly Burke, whose challenge was superb. Abdul Latif. Galuccio. Steered it for McClure, who wasn't quite able to keep it alive. Side searching. Looking for a way to make it two for Fitzroy. Aku in desperate need of an equaliser. Abdul Latif around Fogarty. And winning a free kick. Galuccio wanted to clip it over Allerton. Clipped it into her. Side ball for Fitzroy. Very deep in Aku territory. So what? Galuccio's take. Abdul Latif turned it over.
What, you heard me on commentary say it? Like, I get it, I don't care though.
Yes. Apologies if you picked up any of that.
I didn't have the headset on, okay? It's not my fault. Ethan was meant to mute me. It's all Ethan's fault.
Steered it down the line for Bomford, on for Fogarty. Couldn't get around McClure. Final half of the season. There's some burning questions. Truly.
Alright, can we have a Kui count for the amount of times he looked at his watch, please?
I'm up to 3. QEMU. There's a man in need of an international mission. That's Abdul Latif. Loses out to Burke. Bomford. Can't get around Galuccio. His challenge is a solid one.
Thanks, Ava.
Allerton wasn't able to find feet.
They're at the bottom of the legs, bro. Oh, no, you could find the feet. Sorry.
So we have a corner.
Catch.
They search for a second, which would really blemish.
All right, let's see what we got here. Pretty much the only option she got is go back to Abdelatif, which is where she's going to end up.
Richardson does find Abdelatif. And it's blocked by Fogarty. And they'll do it all over again.
Fitzroy had a lot of movement there in the middle, but Aku just didn't move at all. They just stayed where they were. Forces Fitzroy to have to go back. So now we'll find some movement with two options going backwards.
McClure.
Little roll.
Galuccio intended for McClure. Steered it for Richardson. Again, it nearly broke for Abdelatif, who steered her effort wide.
Lower.
Fogarty on for Burke. Couldn't touch it on for Bomford. They've cut out the supply chain of Melbourne Aku tonight really well at Fitzroy.
Yeah, because they're not playing for a target. They're playing for like pretty much a 4-0 or a very shallow target. They wonder why they can't get forward, but at the end of the day, it's themselves causing them the problems. Like Gigi's going to try and spread the court and open Fitzroy out through the middle right now, which she's done, but now she's got no runners. Allison's late.
Lovely ball from Fogarty to find her as well. Giuliani just wanting to cause some issues. Fitzroy still holding firm. It's Burke. Steered for Giuliani. That's a lovely take. And a lovely roll for Fogarty, who's flashed her effort wide.
But you can see now, Gigi's starting higher and then coming back into the middle and finding the space in front. Saber, Yee and a Burke pile.
Burke came away with it.
Yeah.
And then McClure got a footing. What has been your highlight of this season?
My highlight? I've got a biased one, I've got an unbiased one.
I love both.
Lara Hike, she's been fantastic. Can't sit there and say that she wasn't the pickup of the season.
Right.
All right. I think I'm extremely lucky to have her in my side.
Well, hold on a minute, because Allerton has just rattled one into Richardson.
And my unbiased one is I've loved to see the development of 1-0. I think 1-0 from the side they were over the last few seasons have been fantastic this season.
Fogarty on for Giuliani.
I think our media was pretty slack for a lot of it. All right. I think that we could have done a better job. Not the commentary, Ethan. The commentary has been fantastic.
The charge. Steered for Abdelatif. 2-0. On the break. A bit of Fitzroy ferocity. Launched in by Layla Abdelatif, and they are running away with it.
Roof
of the net. Found. Rattled.
Centimetre perfect, mate.
Terrific, terrific goal. Back to front in a flash.
What commentator used... After Ortez's got her own fan supply. Half of them are Northern Phoenix players. Don't know if I like this. On the other side of the court. Anything she does, she's getting praise for, which is great. It's great to see. I think negatively, I don't think we've catered to fans. I think we used to get a lot more supporters come in week in, week out. I think this is probably the biggest turnout we've seen for a second game of this since it happened. I will say the one thing I want our media manager to do is do a Women's Player of the Week, because it's in the men's. We do a Men's Player of the Week, which is fantastic, and it gets lots of views. I've had a couple of players this season get it, so the views alone have helped. I've got followers from it from my social media, like on my club's social media site, which has been fantastic. But yeah, we don't do enough of that for the women. Sometimes we use our men's competition as guinea pigs, but some of it's really, really good.
Into a corner. McClure to take. Out for Abdulatif. He's just retreating. Giuliani wanted to go and press. Saber. Hustled by Burke. Back for Abdulatif. Could have tipped her away from Allerton, who had nobody further forward. Hubik was the late run, but Richardson had blocked by the time she got there.
I'll tell you what I really miss. I miss our interviews as well. I think our interviews were really, really fun. Hence why I've jumped on commentary with you this season, because I love having that little back and forth with you every Sunday night.
And if you tune into the Northern Phoenix games, you hear it on the touchline too.
No, you don't. Surely. Yeah, okay, you do. Definitely do.
There's Burke. Giuliani, via a deflection, wide for a corner.
Not that bad.
Certainly audible this evening.
Look, that is definitely my fault, but it's also not my fault. I can't take responsibility for it. Okay, I definitely can, but like, it was pretty substandard tonight, mate.
And went searching. Sabre couldn't apply a flick. Rebecca just wants to reset things. Aku are really searching for a goal. Going to get them back into this game. At the moment, Fitzroy will not budge. Allerton, flick for Giuliani. He's pressed Richardson. He rolled herself out of trouble superbly. Calzo, pressed by Burke, who has a look and has got one back off the post. And they're back within one.
Well done, Molly Burke. I said it in the first half. Just chases it. Comes off. Comes off.
A bit of Burke brilliance. QEMU's bundle of energy. Halves the deficit and gets Aku right back into the invincible picture.
Well, he's only got about 20 minutes to get to the airport.
Latest you can get there. International flight hour before.
Two
before. Anyway, Friscalzo's on the charge.
Ooh, corner.
Steer it for Sabre.
It's a corner. They lined up for the corner, mate. It has to be a corner. Use common sense, please. Thank you.
In the end, the corner was awarded. Fitzroy have another set piece.
You know, sometimes when you're a referee, the players will tell you what the call is beforehand. Because they naturally go, it's a corner, I'm going to set up where I need to set up. Or it's a side ball, I'm going to go forward because I know it's my team's side ball. Or I'm going to go backwards because I know I touched it last.
Here's Burke. He's got Aku right back into the game. Off for Yamashita, switched it for Hubik.
Cut in. No cutting. Play
Sabre, Burke, Yamashita. Aku's first real period of sustained possession, and that's a lovely ball from Burke. Hubik's touch was heavy. Sabre bundled her way through two, but wasn't able to keep it alive. And Kiwi's on his way. He is on his way to the airport.
Oh, not the time? Cool.
He's pulled the pin on how late he can leave it to get to Tullamarine.
He's getting there. Can't keep his eyes off the game, though. Hey, Aish, you don't need to hold the bib. You're on a jumper.
So Aish Attic perhaps stepping in as interim gaffer for the close of the evening. Hubik on for Giuliani. Turned away from Sabre, who fouled her.
Yeah. Just threw it to the side.
Yamashita. Hubik. Set it back for Yamashita. Fogarty stick it round the other side. Aku've just started to grow in confidence these last couple of minutes. Giuliani.
Well, they scored a goal. Wouldn't you be confident after you score a goal, Ethan? Come on, buddy.
Fogarty.
Oh, cool, he's back.
Away from Friscalzo, maybe. Time for Tullamarine is not yet. Hubik across. Clarissa Allerton is just questioning how late can he leave this. It's a man who's going to be on his way to Thailand.
He's staying.
And he's staying on as Liz Ephraim slings the palms of Rebecca Yee.
Frizzy, not afraid of a shot from distance. Dino just oversteps that one.
Fogarty with loft towards Giuliani. McDougall
called out of that one.
Back to air.
Yeah, called out of that one by Liz.
He went direct for Sabre.
Very good throw. So we're able to control it.
Back down Fogarty, on for Friscalzo, through the legs of Hubik, but into the arms of Rebecca Yee. Yamashita. Fogarty, pressed by Friscalzo, and off the railing.
I hate that thing. Hey, legitimately, can we like literally pay $20 to like have it taken down each night? Like, it would be so much better. The amount of times it hits that stupid wire.
Galuccio searching for Sabre. It was dipping devilishly, but without the pace to trouble Yee.
I don't actually. Next season, the women's won't hit it. Or with the men's, they hit it the entire time.
Yamashita had a snapshot.
How often does it get hit in championship?
Yeah, reached it not as often as you think.
Oh, here we go.
Sabre stolen away around Rebecca Yee, and Yamashita's challenge was brilliant. Prevented a certain goal.
You've been relieved. You can sit back down now. You've been relieved. You can sit back down now. Oh, he's got another half hour. He's fine.
Aisha Attic giving us the update on QEMU. He's got half an hour in him. Yamashita, steer beyond for Friscalzo. McDougall, not beyond Hubik.
Oh, what a nice commentary, mate.
He is leaving it really late.
Yeah, mate.
Trust me, I've just got to say, if this was me going to the airport for a flight to Heathrow.
Yeah, but you don't own a club. You don't have that commitment. Your commitment is, I'm not going to say your girlfriend's name out loud, but hi girlfriend, I have to leave now. Can you please take me? That's it.
That's very true. It's Galuccio and searching for Sabre.
For us managers and owners, these are like our little babies that we spend time developing and nurturing and growing. I wouldn't want to leave it either.
Hubik goes down by McDougall. Good evening, darling, if you're watching.
Watching you or listening?
Listening.
He's definitely listening to you. But I don't know how she could, man. Like, literally, I would get so sick of your voice if I heard it every day.
Hubik on the charge. Eyes wider than near post.
There's no way she could speak to you every day and then listen to your commentary.
Fitzroy prepping a change. McDougall might be hurt.
Yeah, she copped the jar.
It's a nasty one, that. Hopefully she ends up being alright. Galuccio searching for Friscalzo. Wasn't quite able to find her.
Good evening, darling, if you're listening.
Reimer. Off for Hubik.
You're such a suckhole.
Reimer wanted the return for Hubik. Wasn't quite able to find her. Ball was hit with real pace. Wasn't taken down. Reimer with a good read from Galuccio. Aki was surging. Reimer's charging and driving her effort just wide. Air. Look for Sabre. Just couldn't steer her way through. It's been that kind of evening, really. Very stop-starty Sunday.
As mentioned, we had a rain delay, Ethan. I don't know what y'all want you to tell you. We had a rain delay for an indoor sport.
That we did. And it was after, on commentary, I said, thank goodness we're indoors.
How'd you cricket go yesterday, mate? You're a palm, you have to play cricket.
Elizabeth Eyre. Got on for McClure.
What were the numbers? What'd you bowl?
I'd rather talk about it on
What'd you bowl?
I'd rather talk about it on Thursday. When it all starts in Perth. Hubik. For Fogarty.
Alright, back to the action now.
With Mary Hubik.
Okay, now we've got a break. How were your numbers on yesterday?
Not great. First time in a long time they've not been great.
Oh, you're that good, are you? You gotta be good at something.
Galuccio. On from McClure. Reimer's going on the press. Galuccio. Sabre will make that work.
Ooh, stayed in. Oh.
And it didn't quite stay alive.
That's correct, Beck. Play the whistle. Very solid argument there. I agree. He didn't blow the whistle. She plays it until the whistle's blown.
Sabre makes a very valid point.
Blow the whistle. Lizzie's on here.
Galuccio side ball. Does find Elizabeth there. He went with Loft for Friscalzo, but too much of it. Approaching 10 to go. And the curtain call of the season. in the league at least.
No, Fuzz Cup's going to be the final thing. As much as what we love the league was done last week. Now, this is like practice matches until Fuzz Cup. I wonder what the draw will be for Fuzz Cup.
Becky on to Galuccio. McClure
Who got who?
steered it for Sabre.
Who's who?
Tidy touch. First Calzo.
Yeah.
Galuccio. Everyone's searching, but it was with too much height for McClure.
Yeah, no, we spoke about who got like first and second. We want to know who's going to play each other from the others. Yeah, but we want to know. When? So the commissioner wants me to tell you that the draw will be up on our great WeFroth app, which works.
Allerton hustled for Scalzo into conceding the play, but Fitzroy will keep it.
I'll come over to yours. You can say what you want. Here's my headset, mate.
Starts on to Galuccio.
Just to point out, the draw will be, you will just keep an update on WeFroth. Look at WeFroth. It'll be there. It's a great app.
Galuccio once again. Word from the commissioner. The draw will be released soon.
Oh, Richo, just a little bit, not there. Oh, so close.
Nearly got round Reimer.
So close.
Ever so nearly. It's Bomford. Just waiting on the options. Aku have, as we've said, lacked a presence in the target this evening.
You know what? I want Palombi here so he can do sideline reporting for us. I think that'd be really fun.
I'd also love Adam Palombi here to do some sideline.
No, I just don't. I only do sideline reporting because, like, as much as what I love Adam, small doses, very small doses. I said, as much as what I love Adam, I like him better in small doses.
On for McClure. Challenge made by Allerton. Bomford back for Fogarty, who's lofted. Richardson had to intervene. Bomford, Allerton, tiny return. Brilliant block from McClure. Richardson wants to go the other way. Pressed by Bomford, round Reimer, but not beyond Fogarty, who steered it away. Reimer wasn't able to take it under.
Cannot get on the end of it. Aku are just one pass away from opening the whole game up and putting another one in the back of the net, but every pass they make is a little bit too far forward, a little bit too far behind, but they are so close to making this game 2-all.
QMU side are knocking on the door. The reigning and now incumbent champions. Looking for an equaliser that would give them a spot of invincibility. There's Reimer. Washed out to Galuccio.
For them, I think that their whole thing, we want to be invincible. Like, we don't want a loss on our record this season.
Abdul Latif twisting and turning away from Reimer. To go on for Richardson, forced to recycle back for Galuccio.
Smart, though. They've got the tempo of the game. That one's a little short, and Lucy nearly gets on the end of that one, and she looks to come off for a sub for Molly Burke, the live wire that she's been for tonight.
Burke's immediately on the press. Air charge down. Got it out to McClure. Threaded it for Galuccio, who kept it alive, and Allerton came to meet her. Fitzroy just managing the game at the moment.
They're up. They don't need to score again. They can hold the ball. It's up to Aku to come back and open themselves up.
McClure. Threaded it, cut out by Allerton, nodded back by Burke for Bomford, who clipped it on for Fogarty. Burke. Got around McClure again, who's in the right place at the right time to read it.
They're one pass away. Like, legitimately, I said it just before, but one more pass through and they're scoring. Still have their timeout, though. Fitzroy will use their timeout late, as always.
Richardson couldn't find Galuccio. Fogarty to restart. Allerton. Burke. Threaded. Bomford wasn't in ahead of Richardson, whose read was superb. Richardson going on the charge. Burke dangled a leg.
Come on.
Galuccio. Abdul Latif.
Middle. Play back to Richo. No, cut out there by Burke.
Out. Fogarty also then had a moment nearly. Allerton came to the rescue. And Richardson slid in on Burke.
Did want to pull herself out of it so she didn't take Burke with her. But Could have been a bad one. Both players okay though, which is the important thing because we don't want injuries. We want referees to call the game so when there's fouls so we don't get injuries. Injuries bad.
It's Burke. For Allerton. Steered it for Fogarty. That's a lovely take from Fogarty, and Allerton wasn't far away.
She was in a Fitzroy sandwich then.
Certainly was. One shade of violet in a wall of canary. It's Burke. Read it well, went early, and Air had to save. Richardson without options clear.
So smart there by Richo. I love that. The old saying, when in doubt, kick it out, but that was so smart. Gives the team enough time to come back, and so good. Players like that, like, fantastic, because we don't have enough players like that. Most of the players will want to sit there and go forward, but the experience of Richo there decides, okay, no, we're fine. Clipped over the top, just goes out.
Back to reset for Allerton. Richardson again resuming. Lovely roll for Burke. Bomford in the backstick. What a save from there.
Oh, how you beat Frizzy. Don't want to go low, but she's pulled up Ginger again, coming back from injury. Beth Mason-Jones might be heading back out onto the court. We shall wait and see. It's a tough one, though, Liz. I'm not calling it old, by the way. It's just the saying old Liz. Like, okay, just so we're clear, guys. Don't go mad at me.
That seems to be okay.
Nah, she'll tough that one out. She played the whole game on one leg, like against Heidelberg a few weeks ago.
Got up gingerly, but is all right. Froscalzo gave it away to Allerton. Burke, Bomford! Brilliant block from Richardson.
Richo's so far been player of the game for me, by the way. Just heads up, followed closely behind by Molly Burke.
Bomford's corner. Burke was lurking. Yeah. Had a maybe moment. Had a maybe moment. Richardson.
Great ball.
Saber couldn't keep it alive.
Tried to go round to be able to control it better, but if she had gone to the ball and rolled it, she would have been away down the line.
Allerton, Fogarty.
As Fitzroy's Terrier is now on the court, as she'll chase down everything herself in Dino Frascalzo.
Burke with a lovely ball. Fogarty out the other way for Allerton. They evaded that well. Yamashita. Got away from Richardson. Fogarty. Beyond Frascalzo. Steered it for Yamashita.
Back
Moved
post.
it on for Allerton.
Doesn't need it.
2-2.
And
the invincible dream is on.
And that was that one extra pass I was talking about. They couldn't hit. They finally hit it. And Alice is able to go bang. 2-2. Fitzroy, we're just too good for you this season.
Clarissa Allerton, season 1's MVP.
Best and fairest.
Best and fairest, my apologies. Season 1's best and fairest.
Who was it? Jess? It had to be Jess, right?
Finding perhaps one of her most important moments in new colours since.
Could she be the MVP of this season, Ethan?
There's a point to be made.
Could the reigning best and fairest be the incumbent MVP?
There's certainly a point to be made.
What are your awards for the season, Ethan? Who have you got?
What do we have available?
You got MVP. I'll go through them. MVP, best player.
Best player in the league. That's such a hard one to pick.
I know. I'll start with the easy one. Young player of the season. So it has to be a player under the age of 23.
I'd go for Sophie McCaffrey.
That's who I would have picked too.
I think she's been excellent.
I think she's been brilliant this season.
I think 1-0, and in fact that was in play when Richardson went to take it.
But also, in saying that, it's hard. Like, I would have said Sophie for this.
Hang on a second, this Yamashita's rolling forward.
For the simple fact that she is an under 21 player of the season, but under 23s, I think we're probably limiting ourselves a little bit by saying that, because you've got the likes of Layla Abdelatif, Lara El Haik.
A lot of top talent.
Emma Olsen. Sorry, I'm just saying my own players now. Because my whole team's under 23, by the way, except for 2 players.
Sabre. Well, for Abdul Latif, who left it behind.
The Sargans. Haven't played enough games, though. But anyway, so now that I've told you that information, are you still sticking with Sophie McCaffrey? Selena Dillons?
It's another name that's in the mix.
Mm.
Wonder have got 2 really, really bright sparks. Abdul Latif's had a terrific season.
We have praised her tonight, and we have said how good she's been. Probably would have to change my vote to Abdul Latif.
Yamashita forces a save out of there. If it's under 23s, I'd say Abdul Latif.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with you. As much as what we appreciate what Sophie's done this season, I think it's just, I think that youth award should be lowered to at 21 though.
Allerton away from Abdul Latif. Cleared away by Frascalzo. Richardson on the run to keep it alive. Frascalzo pressed by Burke, nearly beaten off it, and then ushered it back to air. Just about.
You've got Best and Fairest.
Going out for Sabre. Richardson, lovely
Here
spin.
we go.
Out for Frascalzo. Deflected off Allerton.
Best and Fairest, which is the second best player of the league, basically. Or I can give you Golden Glove. You can pick which one you want to answer
I
first.
think Best and Fairest might be between Allerton and Diana Frascalzo, to be honest.
I agree.
Both been superb this season.
I think they're your MVP and Best and Fairest, but there could be someone I'm not thinking of as well. It's definitely, I think your MVP and Best and Fairest are going to come from Fitzroy and Uckley this season. I think they've been fantastic. Could be, maybe an Emily Tanaka as well. She's been out unreal for Heidelberg.
Frascalzo on the charge, steering it off the post, McClure, off Burke and in.
3-2.
Fitzroy with a bundle, with a pinball, have the lead back.
And now, Fitzroy sitting there going, well, maybe we are good enough for you, Aku.
Other name in the mix. Could be Sarah Richardson.
Richo's, that's a great shout. Richo's a great shout.
Has been fabulous this season.
Yeah, great shout. Alright, so I think Clarissa's getting MVP or Best Fairest. I think she's been that good this season.
I would agree. Just as Fogarty goes forward,
And I've
clears.
changed my mind. I agree. I think it's going to be Richo with the other.
I will say Sarah Richardson, Best and Fairest, and I will give MVP to Clarissa Randall.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm happy either way, but I'm happy with that. Great save there from Frizzy.
Terrific save from Air.
As our commissioner is busting a gut to put his headphones in so he can mention something instead of just coming to take mine this one.
Yamashita's corner.
Yeah,
Calzo.
We can hear you.
Kept it alive. Galuccio's on the charge. McClure is central. Fitzroy can ice it. The ball was played too late.
Oh, rolling foul.
The rolling foul.
Josh?
Oh, good evening. I'm on the commentary again. Look, I just want to make the point that when you have a 14 round season, 12 games, it's actually very difficult to get any awards because you need to play a certain amount of games. There's not a lot of games where you can actually showcase or make the difference compared to the usual 21 round kind of fixture.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an unusual season for awards, most certainly. And there are, I think all those names that you guys put forward, a lot of promise, a lot of fantastic players, and each one of them definitely could get one of those awards.
Question for you.
Yeah.
Should we lower the youth?
I think, yes, 21.
To 21.
It should be 21. It's 23 at the moment, and this season will be 23.
Yep.
But I'm absolutely for 21 because you know what? The youth award should be someone who's really young, coming into the league. I think once you're 23, you're established. You're almost hitting your 3, 4, 5 years away from your prime. 21 is quite.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Instead of youth player of the season, and I know we can't do anything about it this season.
Sure.
What about breakout player of the season?
Yeah, that's something that we can look at, especially in that new format, 2026.
Yep.
I think that should be something that, yeah, for sure. Because new players, new faces come into league every single season, and, we have the likes of someone like Dana Stevens, like 2 years ago, was fantastic coming to league. This season, last season, Sweden, for example. If you're looking at breakout player, that doesn't necessarily have to be a young player. Maybe that can be the parameters, but someone who comes into the league should be looked at a little bit more.
and arrives.
Maybe Jonathan Sapina this season, breakout player.
I was thinking someone along the lines of Aman Darwood at Hart a couple of last season. I think that was his breakout season. I think that's what you. I think that would be the ideal.
So something like a breakout season for younger players rather than I mean,
or a brand new player that we've never seen. Like Sudan's a bit harsh, I think, because he's a futsaloo. We know all about him. When we think of breakout players, we think of players that we know nothing about.
This is definitionally like what depending on what the award is. I really think we should just revamp the award to 21s, and that should encompass breakout player.
Yeah.
It's more of a looking at the youth. From those kind of a more fresh perspective rather than those seasoned players. Because someone like Elias Parthamos is fantastic, is the best under 23s player in the state, right? And yet he's an established player. It's kind of like Marcus Rashford at Manchester United. He was very seasoned despite his young age. So, a lot to think about.
Allerton from Bomford's free kick. Turned away to McClure. On for Richardson. Galuccio happy to hook it away. McClure made it work as well. And did so delightfully. Tried to go the long way around Bomford. And Burke in ahead of Richardson.
Golden Glove.
It's a tough one. There's two names that spring to mind. Lara El Hayek and Paige Daly are the two who have had terrific seasons.
I can't answer this one. I'm going to come across biased, so I'm not answering this one.
Based on the sheer volume of shots she had to face, I would go for Lara El Hayek, considering some of the performances she's had this season.
Can you give it to a team that didn't win a game? Can you give it to a keeper that didn't win a game?
That's my one grey area, is that Paige was essential to Heidelberg's success.
But in question, we spoke about the 14-round season. As I just paused for a moment.
Ooh.
I shouldn't have paused. Galuch, that was bad.
As Richardson is looking to make it all right. Set it back for Galuccio.
Pen.
Penalty. Fitzroy have a spot kick inside the final minute.
Quickly, before we get to the pen, I think it's very hard because I think if someone like Lara had played all the games, it might have been different. But
I think, look, honestly, I'm not going to give you who I think should be Golden Glove or anything like that.
Don't you know?
Well, I have a few secrets here and there, but at the same time, the consistency is something that's important in any award, and this season, it's very difficult.
Sarah Richardson from the spot to ice it.
And ice it, player of the match for herself, I would think.
And to end an invincible run against Rebecca Yee. Richardson scores with force, with power, with certainty. And Fitzroy will be the ones ending the season with a smile.
Aku, 2 seasons in a row, will end the season on a loss. Last year against Western United to stop an invincible season. And this year against Fitzroy to stop an invincible season. I mean, how long's left actually? I shouldn't say that so early.
36 seconds.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was right.
36 seconds and ticking. Fitzroy there at the 5th time of asking in the calendar year.
You know what? One thing I want to bring back is our interaction with our comments when we're commentating.
I would agree with you, and we're looking at something. Peter and I have. We know that the commentators need a screen with them. They need access. They want to communicate, and we know Ethan is such a fantastic commentator, and he'll love to interact with that audience. So, 2026 is going to be a big one.
Well,
it might be the best one.
I want to say a line, but it's so corny that I've decided not to.
Okay, then you've just made it corny by saying
No, because is it going to be bigger than ever, Josh?
It's going to be bigger than ever. I think so.
Final seconds.
I'm confident.
Final seconds of the season we're on right now. And while we can look to the future all we like, we can reminisce on the present whilst we are in it. It truly is.
Do you reminisce on the present or do you reminisce on the past?
It truly is a special
It no matters.
gift.
I'll tell you what, Ethan. I reckon we need to get you, Adam Palombi, myself, Peter Parthamos on a podcast. We should be talking about these awards. Bring some fresh perspective. I haven't heard you on a podcast yet. I think you'd be just great.
Do not do a podcast. They are the worst thing. They are career killers.
No. They're not.
Ask Alan Palombi.
No. You kill your own career. That's okay. You don't. A podcast doesn't do it, and the podcast, Chiefy's podcast, is fantastic, and people love it.
Chiefy's podcast? Yeah, that
Yes.
was alright. Your podcast was terrible.
Final act of the season in the league. We will go to the Falls Cup, but in Series Futsal Women's, although Melbourne Aku reigned supreme once again, they were unable to go invincible. Fitzroy, at the 5th time of asking in the calendar year,
Fitzroy is so mad at me right now.
have finally got one over QE Mew's side. Full time in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 4, Melbourne Aku 2.